by the prosecutor were half, what
Right.
should I say? Not full,
Yeah.
not, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab
Like
something to drink.
say in a course of 2 hours or 3 hours, they might go through and highlight the ones they won't enter it into their chart. So, can make him look like the freak that he is. Now, I'm not saying he ain't a freak, people, but it was two freaks together. That's the part we overlook. Two freaky people together. In some cases, three, when they bring in the entertainer. But Sherelle, what I was saying that they would enter like the highlight they want to go on their charts, the things
Right.
they want to sell to the jury to set their pattern. Now they say, yeah, that's fine. On May 5th at 2 a.m., your person, your witness did say this. But at 2:30 a.m., they also said this, and you just happen to look over it. So I'm just gonna present it to the juries. And I don't blame them. I mean, because I wouldn't go and put the bad stuff in neither. I would just try to put out the highlights I want out there. But
So
and
go ahead.
and that's basically what they're doing. They muddied the waters by just showing them all the bad stuff. And even on the videos, if they was role playing and he happened to have his hands in different places or in a bad position, they want to show that. And then the prosecution now going back showing some of these videos with her full of joy.
Thank you here for it. Thank you. You guys are right. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's go back. Cassie was the first person on the witness stand, and because of that tape, I would say this was a good witness for the prosecution. It was strong. Everybody was riveted. This is the first time we heard about the freak offs. She was talking about, putting stuff from the men on Diddy's nipples and all this stuff, right? And I would say she was the prosecution's most strong witness. We're just not, we're being neutral here, Perry. You would have to say that, right?
Right. She was the strongest witness and had the more she was with him 10 years
11, yeah.
or whatever. Yeah. I mean, she had the biggest case on him. And a lot of the stuff she said was true. So I'm not gonna question her and Taylor, but yeah, she was their strongest witness. And to me, at the end of the day, yeah, if it was a DV case, I can go back to that and say, yeah, it would have helped tremendously for her to win. It showed that Diddy liked putting his hands on people and he was an a-hole. But outside that, she didn't really give me anything else, but that she was willing to do anything to be the main woman. Anything. And that's nasty. Let's keep it real, people. Now, I don't know what you're into. We got things called bathrooms for things like that. So, and I get it. You get a little fetish, but own it. If you like sucking toes, claim it. That's your thing. If you like wearing a pamper, claim it. Just put on some baby powder to stay dry. If you like these things, that's fine. But for me, she ain't show too much that she was angry. And then too, if we're gonna go by her testimony, yeah, she put Diddy in a bad light. Only the people who love Cassie and want oh, look at the little princess. She was love bombed. She was scandalous too. She was already with a man 10 years older than her before Diddy, who she decided to leave because, hey, I'm done with him. I need more cash for my bag. And then she moved on. And then people look, oh, he did it so bad. Yes, I don't condone that. But isn't cheating on somebody bad too? I thought I was Diddy's woman. Yeah, but you cheating. He hooked you up with Kid Cudi to make an album together in studio. What you do next? You ain't just making a song. You got your red light on and some baby oil.
Now, they would say the strongest part of this case was the tape. And when we went into the information about the tape, the Intercontinental Hotel were just awful. They did everything. Got an update. Here we go. Gergo says, now it's December 21st, 2021. She reaches out to Cabral to say Happy New Year. Writes, LMK, if you want to come tonight. What does Cabral say? He says, I'm cooking for my family, but tomorrow for sure. Gergo says, not on your chart. He says, no. This is kind of powerful because they're showing that they went through the text messages and only picked out information that was good for their testimony, right? Only good for the prosecution. But that's what people do, right? So that's what a lot of lawyers do. You pick out what's best for you. You're not going to help put your client and sail them down the road. So the prosecution did what they were supposed to do yesterday, which was just only put things in there that was beneficial to them. And now today, the defense is calling it out, saying you left out this part, and it could affect the way that you make a decision, jury. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And it's also showing that Jane was the aggressor.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got to fear you into doing something. Even after the freak off, you still ain't had enough. You still making this outside of Diddy's presence, calling the man when he cooking dinner for his family, saying, hey, let me see what she says. She says, she reaches out to Cabral and says, Happy New Year, Daddy. Right. Let me know if you want to come over, if you want to, explode tonight. And we know what that means.
I think
Diddy ain't around. She couldn't even get enough. And I think she do deserve some kind of award because she is definitely a pro. She won the Oscar. I can go for 12 to 18 hours in 7-inch heels. And I can stay elevated for over 6 inches for whatever. Come on, people. Go ahead, Sharrell. But that's what they're exploiting more than just how convenient. And all attorneys play this game, but they showing the jury. See how convenient they trying to put this man down the river by giving you half information?
Right. Anyway, back to Cassie. I will keep my eye on the updates. So Cassie's biggest testimony would be the tape. Hold on, let me see what this says. Okay. Sharrell. Okay, I got it. Thank you. All right. Would be the tape. As much as you could say that how many bad things that the Intercontinental Hotel did. We got an update. This is coming fast.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're putting the text messages in the thing. It says, Garagos, under Italian, let's see DX3050. This is April 4th of 2022. Combs with Jane. You read Mr. Combs. He says, Combs writes, I have been having crazy fantasies about Leo. And you are Leo. You and Leo. Who is Leo?
Mm-hmm.
They released the text message, but everything is redacted.
Well, I think just the people's names and numbers on top. That they just want you to read. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, they're redacted. Look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see it.
Just got to keep reading.
I think that's it, though, ain't it?
Yeah, that's it for now.
Right now.
Anyway, I wanted to ask you, Perry. It might be dated, the DV when Cassie took the stand, but the tape left an impression on a lot of people.
That's true.
But the DV is not supposed to, huh?
It's not on trial.
It's not supposed to be on trial. But I think when you saw it, you couldn't get that tape out of your mind, right? So right there, it left people with a bitter taste in their mouth towards Diddy. As far as her other testimony, the kidnapping when she was drugged down the hall, Perry, you keep saying that wasn't the entire tape.
Right, they got rules for it.
Excuse me?
It was a DV situation. They was
Mhm.
fight. He drug her, but people assuming that he drug her back to the room to force her. So a lot of people want to call it, that's what the trafficking. He drug her back and made her do something.
But this stuff presented to us.
Yeah, it's on the tape. But I'm just saying, even when I seen the tape, I just assumed, okay, that's the little clip that it stops. But if you watch, remember the short version, because you would just assume he drug her all the way back.
Right.
If you see a longer version of it,
Mhm.
then you will see he stopped, grabbed his bag, and stumbled back down the hallway, leaving her by herself. So she had a chance to escape if she was being kidnapped. She wasn't restrained to stay. Did he drag her around the corner later? Yes, he did. But that's part of the DV case. That's part of the $20 million she got. So let's separate the two. But people who want him to pay for all his bad behavior are simply saying kidnapping so they can try to get the RICO.
And that's true. But does it qualify? He did drag her down the hall.
I'm telling you, in my book, no, it don't. It only qualifies for a person that's wishing for a miracle.
What?
Like Dorothy clicking their heels 3 times.
No. What I'm trying to say is, could the truth be in the eye of the beholder? Could one thing be true to you and one thing true to me?
Well,
because he did drag her down the hall, and we're just.
They told me to go by the law.
No, but I'm going back and forth as if we were jurors.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm saying yes, but when you look at the things that said you had to be restrained, and then, like I said from the beginning, I ain't need to know the definition of kidnapping. I'm thinking somebody duct tape, tied up, chained up in the basement, closet, trunk. Right. I ain't even give the benefit of the doubt that if you restrain them for X amount of hours or whatever the case may be, it's restraining somebody, taking away their freedom to seek help.
See, this is why we don't know what's going to happen. That very same argument could be used for the prosecution. They could say,
"That's true."
Yeah.
No, I get it. I mean, because some people in the chat, I'm just telling, it's not my definition.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never been kidnapped. I wouldn't consider it kidnapping, but some people will.
Mm-hmm. Do I have an update? Hold on, let me look at CNN. I mean, this is going to be a hell of a deliberation.
So Star Trek told me, no, Perry. He was talking to her. We don't know what they said. No, we don't. Fear. You know, one of her friends said Diddy came in to the place, threw a knife at her. Fear. She threw it back. We don't know what she said to him either. And I'm not defending DV, but we don't know what happened. But we talking about the kidnapping thing. DV charges, yes. I'm just talking about the kidnapping. Regardless what was said, it wasn't fear. She went home. She called downstairs. She had a chance to seek help. Remember the guys came up, took videos, then they eventually sold it to Diddy. So, yeah, I get it. I mean,
this is going to be a hell of a deliberation because, yes, it showed DV, but DV's not on trial. But you can't forget what you saw. Okay. That's going to be the biggest, right?
Okay, so did Cassie testify he drug her back into the room? Maybe she could have said that. But when you watch the video, he don't. And see, yeah, I don't know. I ain't see no video of him dragging her back all the way to the room. And somebody testimony, either you got to believe it or don't believe it. And that's some of the weaknesses from the prosecution thing. I get it. Somebody testimony is evidence. But sometimes if you got a credibility problem, like The one person lost me when she said she stayed up 5 days.
But Perry, let's go through. Hold on. Let's just go through what the jury would go through. So we're talking about the biggest evidence they have for Cassie would be that tape. Now, you're not supposed to use that tape since it was DV, but they knew what they were doing when they showed it. You cannot, if you're a woman, forget what happened.
Right. No, I get that part.
So that's the biggest thing I think came out of Cassie's testimony. Her also initiating or calling, booking the freak offs herself. That's why they had to come back a little later with Jane and put it in his corner, saying that he also would book and, set up and pay for. But Cassie right now, when she testified, she would get the money from Diddy. She would hand it over to them. And if I'm talking technical, well, I guess he could still be considered ordering the freak offs, but it's real. This is going to be a hell of a case. Because a lot of it is circumstantial. When it's circumstantial, it's in the eye of the beholder. That's what I think.
Could Diddy, at the end of this thing, actually come out to be the victim of these women?
Well, we're going to go down the list, but so far with Cassie, it's a hard question because of that tape. Now I'm trying to be like the jury, because they're going to have different opinions. Can you at least admit to that? They're going to have different opinions.
I agree with you. I'm just saying some people are going to look at it, because some people just go back to this basic point. They'll say, if you held against your will,
right?
They didn't say 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4. But
it's so ridiculous.
What I'm trying to say though, even if you took that mindset, and people are gonna think that way. I mean, because everybody, like for me, my definition of kidnapping can be way far from the legal thing, and it sort of is, right? Wayne said we got to update. He told me to shut up. We got to update.
Here we go. Thank you, Wayne. The agent says, he writes, Adderall is the greatest. LOL. We know that Adderall is legalized, the white powder. Just for y'all who don't know. Garrigle says, she writes to him with drool face emoji. Then in 1406, next is July 2022. You only reviewed what the government gave you, right? He says, right. Garrett goes, Combs tells Paul to come over, ? He said, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it also pretty much looks like too that this witness has been briefed, and when he doesn't know what to say or he gets in a jam, he says, I only reviewed what was presented to me. Have you noticed that, Perry?
Oh yeah, I mean, he can't say but so much, because really, I mean, as much as I wanted to call a guy a liar, the prosecution set this thing up. They just got him on there to speak it as a witness, to verify that these text messages were there. But at the same time, he had to see the other ones too, and didn't question, hey boss, why ain't you got me writing this part down? But nobody's gonna, well, I wouldn't write something that's gonna say the defense if I want to use it for my prosecution. You know what I'm saying?
Another thing that they're asking the jury to do is to, let's go back to Cassie, make an opinion on circumstantial evidence. And Cassie spoke to KK how many times? To not have KK on the stand,
oh yeah,
for me makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
When Diddy would put his hands on Cassie, she would call KK, or KK would call her, and then KK would try to get them back together, and that's important. All that stuff is important. So this asking what is Cassie Ventura's strongest testimony would be the tape, even though you're not supposed to use it. People, when you see that kind of a DV, you don't forget it, will be the tape, and then her making her own appointments. She didn't even talk about the carry stuff. Yeah, that would be what her testimony would boil down to. Uh, the coercion into substances. Yeah. Do you feel like he made her do that?
No, see, that's what I'm saying. The DV thing, it shows him doing this. Whether nobody should be able to agree to that, what he did. It made you feel sorry for her because you hate to see somebody get done that way.
I got an update.
Go ahead.
Gergo says, here, Jane says, my place is free tonight. Then she writes, I got on my knees and thank God for the health of my child and for your friendship. Then heart emojis, right? He says, right. Gergos, I'll correct you. It's Van Nuys. He laughs. Oh, a lot of people, unless you're from LA, don't know how to pronounce Van Nuys. Because it's not spelled Van Nuys. I didn't realize it. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, no, I mean that part, that's why they seriously need to play it, right? To show, see, it's fear that Cassie's the one on that video. And fear didn't keep her ass from going back over and over again. Cassie is not this innocent person like y'all might think. Did she deserve that? No. So let's not twist it. But what it showed that she was willing to endure these things voluntarily, keep going back to just be on his arm. Can we agree to that?
Well, I can agree to that, but some jurors might not agree to that. That's why they brought on the witness to explain the cycle of DV. Do you think that witness was powerful enough to make people understand you go back 20 more times before you finally leave?
No.
You don't think it was
that little psychic or whatever came on? What you call her?
not the psychic? She was a psychologist.
Whatever she was, I lied. I mean, to me, she didn't do nothing to me. She could have stayed her ass in the library, right? Because the whole thing is this, Sharrell, like,
yeah,
people can say all this different stuff. Now, it's one thing, yeah, if you got kids, maybe I could see how you fear that how I take care of my family, all this. Cassie didn't have no baby. Cassie just wanted the fame. And you might do certain things, but she, like, not leave, scared to leave. But Cassie was this little dirty freak that y'all don't want to look at her.
Oh my God, Perry.
No,
Perry.
Diddy's dirty, right? And freaky. It's fine, you can say it. But at what point you can say, no, I got one hole. But no, to be doing this stuff, she enjoyed it. Some of it. Or
right.
But whatever, she enjoyed enough of it to have her keep doing it. It was advancing her cause. Like, you might not like to go to work, but you go. But you can't say your job was abusive, that you was fear. You feel like you had to go.
This is why this is such a hard case. But somebody is not going to forget that damn tape, and they're not going to listen to you. Not supposed to use it as evidence because it's DV. They're going to remember.
I get what you're saying. They're going to have to understand the charges.
Right. Well, but no, they're going to interpret it the way they want interpret it, because the kidnapping pretty much boils down to what you consider. Was not a smoking GUN case. It's all circumstantial. So this is going to go for a long time back and forth unless they just all feel the same way. Also, the coercion of the substances. She was a bad addict, a real bad addict. Do you blame Diddy for that?
No.
But some people say, yeah, that he forced her.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just saying that those people that make excuses for it, right?
They're blaming what's going to go on in the deliberation. Go ahead.
They would have blamed. So some people would blame Diddy for grooming her and all this. Sometimes,
right.
Now we all grew up and knew. You heard of boys that was always in trouble, and you heard of fast ass little girls.
What?
Back in my day, they used to call them fast ass. Fast.
No, but what do you say? Get to your
That
point.
you can't keep making excuses for. You said some people will look at it like this. I'm just saying,
And they will.
well, they can't, but it's some people like me gonna look at it the other way and think, no, she was up there just being grown before her time.
Oh, you're calling Cassie. Well, she's a well. I
I
don't
know, I
know.
think she
This,
is.
this is
I
what
mean,
makes this case so difficult.
she left home and was with a man 10 years older at 19. And this is before Diddy. So how do we explain that part? Oh, she was groomed into it. She was love bombed.
All right, let's move on to Jane. They did not bring in Jane's past yet. If they bring in Jane's past, it's over. But they're not going to have any witnesses. I would say one of the craziest things Jane did is that she would tell him she didn't want to do it anymore and all of that stuff. But the Kanye West party, they didn't name his name, but where her and another dancer went on their own outside of Diddy even knowing about it. Not a good look.
That's what
Not
they
a
were
good
showing
look.
right now. That she's calling Cabral and these people on
Right,
the
right.
phone.
Mm-hmm.
I know you cooking dinner for your family, but child, I need you tonight. Diddy gone too? He probably with that Gina,
Let me
Renita,
read this
LaShawn.
update.
Huh?
You're a mess. Garrigo says GX 103. It's between Jane and Paul. He says, I don't memorize the exhibit numbers. Garrigo says, so let's show it. It's not only on the public screen. This is a message between Paul and Mr. Combs, who says staff is leaving. So also too, these text messages, remember Wayne, you were telling me yesterday are important because when they go down the list like me and Perry are doing, the text message can corroborate a person's beliefs. So this probably is the most important evidence because when you get to the other ones, they didn't even talk about, well, they might do it. Their inconsistent stories. I wonder if they're going to enter that as evidence because he gave it to the judge.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe it was something they did earlier in either in the closing or at a certain point, the judge gonna have to address it, or it was something like that that they can mention, maybe overlook this part of this or something. I don't know what kind of resolve they got, but something, yeah, I'm sure they would bring it back up.
And even though Cassie wasn't supposed to testify to a lot of people because she took the 20 mil, which is called a plea deal, I think she has the most powerful evidence. And I think out of all this, the most powerful evidence you're not supposed to count, but was the tape.
Okay, let me tell you this though. Yeah,
it was the most powerful evidence, I think.
Right. Because of the beatings.
Oh, and Kid Cudi, go ahead.
Because of the beatings. No, because of the beatings.
Uh-huh.
If you was erase the beating part, which I know it's a lot, I'm just saying. She ain't bring nothing else to the yard, but she ain't no different than the rest of the girls, just trying to climb the ladder and were willing to keep the other girls down to stay on top. That's Cassie. You got the opposing side. You got the other girl coming up, and she's sitting there peeking down with those 7-inch heels, kicking the other girls off the ladder.
Are you talking about all the women fighting over him? You are a mess.
Go away. And then you got the Jane girl. She just all everything but loose. Let's keep it real. We can't even I tried to look at her. She's a pretty girl, and I tried to give her some credit. I just can't give her none. I just walked away. Hell, I had to give her the F.
Right.
Oh, I don't know if I want to say
that's for you. That's for you. But let's just be real for a minute. Even though you're not supposed to use the tape because it's DV and that's out, and this is not a DV case, I think it's the most powerful evidence because subconsciously you think of him, what he did, and you're never going to forget it, and you're going to label him bad guy. That's
a woman beater, abuser, a person who strikes fear in everybody else. He just look at him, just manhandling everybody. I get it. But I'm saying if you take that part away,
But they're not, you can't take it away. You could say you're not supposed to use it. No, Perry, listen to me. But it's always going to stick in some people's mind.
mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. I'm
So,
saying I agree. And
mhm,
that was the prosecution's strongest part. And
okay.
then they brought on more liars
Oh my-
that they
It's
don't
so
met with.
strong, Perry. It could,
They met with
uh,
these people who meet with their lawyer over 20 something times. Mia and all these people meeting with them,
mhm,
getting their story straight.
mhm,
The prosecution was on a manhunt. I mean, yeah, uh, just basically trying to just take this man down, right? But
mhm. Look, even this person has a point right here. It
mhm.
says, Sharrell, Cass, did I miss something?
Go ahead. No. Well,
Oh,
let me check. You go ahead.
this
I
is
checked the update.
you have a point here. It says, Sharrell, Cassie said at the end she loves her past with Diddy. She said that. That tells me as a woman everything. She was willing and not kidnapped. She was a DV victim. But my point is that you can look at this any way. That's how come we don't know what the outcome is going to be. You can look at it any way. I believe that Diddy should not go to prison for life. I just don't see it. But if you, especially if you're a victim or you just labeled him a bad guy, and it's two extremes, people's opinions. It's not
Mhm.
in the gray. It's either you're team Diddy or you're team Cassie. That's what this case to me is boiling down to. The one or the other. And it's two extremes. So, this you only need one. It could be a mistrial, or you can get everybody on the uh jury says this is DV and he's just a bad guy. He got to go down. I'm tired of him getting away with shit for year after year. I heard people say, he look what he did to Kim, look what he did to Biggie and all this stuff. So it's a difficult case, very difficult, not black and white. Usually there's some kind of evidence that you can't dispute. All of this evidence is disputable. And I say, even though it's disputable, the strongest evidence was the tape, and everything else after that, nobody's going to care. The other side, they're not going to care. They
Well,
want,
in order to get them, they're gonna have to care about something outside of the DV, or they can't spell RICO.
well, they're going to say being dragged is kidnapping. They're going to say,
You're mostly right, yeah. And you get some people who so hell bent that was definitely arson because Diddy was there, even though it was somebody else DNA on the bottle. The kid cut his car because they seen his car, and that event didn't even happen the same day as when he went into Kid Cudi's house. That people just want to make it out to be that way.
but do you understand what the difficult decision is going to be in the
I
deliberation?
I get it, right, but Sherelle, I understand what you're saying. Let's put ourselves in the juror's seat.
Exactly.
Right. Let's sit here for a second. Some people looking at it saying, yeah, that man should have never put his damn hands on you. But you should have never kept taking your dumb ass back.
Oof.
No, I'm
Damn,
just saying,
Terry.
and this don't
Damn.
go to everybody. We talking about this one particular case.
Uh,
People gonna look at it that way. Yeah, you already knew what this man was about, but you just still want to be around. You still want to be out there, just shaking that ass, just shaking that ass. You can't, Sherelle. People are looking at these women and they thinking, how disgusting can you get? Even when they text and they read the woman's text. Because some people, it's older people on this trial too. A young lady shouldn't even be talking like that. Oh, I like to get over there and S some D. I sure is horny. Some people look at that like, no, you were just that type of chick. And if anybody would know that kind of chick is a female themselves. It's good females and there's some, I ain't gonna say bad, it's some freaky ones.
we got
And
an update.
no, go ahead.
Garrigo says this is the first mention of Antoine, right? October 8th, 2022, question mark. He says yes. He shows up. Garrigos, and those photos, 285. Do you see the bracelet she is wearing? Question mark. He says, I do. Listen, this is what I think the prosecution is doing, right? Their most powerful evidence are the tapes with an S. Because I couldn't figure out, why are they showing these X videos to put images in your head that you can't forget? You know, all that stuff that they said they were doing, the golden showers and all that, is unforgettable.
Right. I get it.
That is unforgettable.
And see too, like now,
Ugh.
it's hard for Diddy to ever win the DV in the hallway situation. But with these tapes, yes, the prosecution, because these women probably ain't nowhere near got to that kind of lifestyle, and they fascinated themselves.
Oh wow.
Those
Okay,
six prosecutions, they just ecstatic, right?
Something's wrong with you.
No, I'm just saying.
Nobody, I mean, period.
They get so excited. They just say, "Oh, did you see it in the room? Yes, we're gonna play this today. Stay dry, right?" But no, for real though.
Period. Nobody in their right mind would like them tapes. I mean, maybe some people would, but the golden shower in people's mouth, I will never forget it. And they sat there and they made them watch them tapes yesterday. So they're playing a psychological game. Because once I see them tapes, when I see Diddy in a damn mask and costumes, I'm not going to forget it.
Right. No. And one thing you're not gonna forget neither. This story ain't written how they are actually saying it out loud to. Like this story ain't what the prosecution want to put out there. Really playing these tapes over and over, we can say yes. Cassie video showed him as a monster. And you think I'm gonna add on more. See how freaky he was? But at the same time, what they're showing you is how these girls wanted it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The witness, they already had him at hello with the Cassie getting beat, right? Now you're gonna say, oh, he held these girls victims when you got on tape where I'm just make believing. I don't know what happened on the tape. Jane got the handcuffs out. See, handcuffing herself, putting her hand behind her back. You know what I'm saying? So, and then oh, Papa, love you. I can't wait to go at SMD.
No, what I'm saying is, it's also going to make you look at him a certain way.
It also makes you look at these.
Prosecution really played.
It also make you look at these witnesses a different way. The witnesses is all they got. They testimony. They ain't got no other credibility. No hardcore proof or anything. They just got the blind helpers up there.
Listen, you think that somebody watching the tapes could be interested. I think somebody watching the tape could just be disgusted.
No, that's my point. And they discussed it at Diddy. And if you was at a woman, right, would you be disgusted, Cassie on a video using her mouth as a urinal?
It's so disgusting to me. And I believe what people do in their bedroom is their business. You can do whatever you want in your bedroom. And golden showers, all of that. You're allowed to do it.
Right.
But if I seen it, I still would say you're allowed to do it. But I'm thinking, you're real twisted. You're real twisted. So it left like a psychological impression on the jury. Like you said, most people don't want to see that.
Right.
I would be squirming for days. So they're presenting things that psychologically, physically, they're not supposed to show, because what goes on in your bedroom is your business. But once you see it, damn.
That's all they got. And that's all they got. And none of these videos came from the rays of his mansion. It came from.
I don't care where they came from. I seen them. That's what somebody could say. I don't care how they got them. Right. I don't care about the rays. I saw it.
Let's back it up a little bit, because you said that. Do you think the videos hurt the defense more or the prosecution by showing the videos?
I think it hurts the defense.
Why? Diddy was already
a this, guys, please don't get me wrong. I think Diddy should not go to prison for life. I think that I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm thinking that they're using RICO now on Black rich men. But now I'm putting myself in the jury's shoes and I'm looking at the other side. So I'm not telling you how I look at it. But if I was a woman seeing them damn tapes, there was probably whips and chains and all this craziness. I'm not going to forget that. It's a level of disgustingness I can't stop thinking about.
Right. But this is where
all the tape, their most powerful evidence that they're putting on is the tapes that they're not supposed to use. You're not supposed to judge what goes on in somebody's bedroom, but some things you can't help but to judge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you so sweet.
Well, I'm saying that could be what's going to go on in the deliberation room.
No, I get you, right? But this is where I disagree with you, though. I think it hurts, probably, being honest, if I was on tour, the prosecution more. We already seen from the hallway Diddy's a monster, right? All these women have said the crazy things he did, but it shows you these people supposed to be so fearful, and that they saying that he just forced them to do it and he made them do it. When you watch a tape and you see her girl put her own hands up in the air, one step by his neck, just singing out songs, twisting.
What? You know, you're going to see that in what are you going to think what, Perry? You're going to think this is too much.
I'm going to think, you know what? This is just some adults getting freaky. These girls want it just as much as the freak in the corner beating his meat. That's what you're going to think?
That's what you think. You have to be willing to admit everybody doesn't think like you. This is why this case, nobody can determine the outcome in this case because we don't know how the jury's taking it.
Now, this would help the prosecution. I mean, yeah, if they showed the tape where they got 3 big bodyguards just bringing her in and just taping her up and putting her in these positions. She coming in dancing. They had to loosen myself. I had to do a little dance. You know, it's not, to me, I think it make it more consensual because they want to say they was forced to do it. These takes make it seem like, you know what? You showed up every time you was doing this. You didn't look unhappy here. And they own witness the Brendan guy that's supposed to have been the mule. Said, I done did plenty of king nights and stuff. She never looked unhappy to me. She looked very satisfied before and after.
He said that.
That happened. And then you on tape. Got a new outfit for every freak off. And everybody understand she's just mad. They, you know, Jane was mad because she got played. I mean, not Jane, but Cassie. Because she wanted to outdo the other baby mama. She wanted Diddy to give her a baby. He refused.
Because this case is so difficult, I said that Diddy's going to jail. It might be a mistrial. Because people are on opposite side of the spectrum, right? And all that stuff you're saying, you can look at it that way too. And all that stuff I'm saying, you can look at it this way too.
Yeah, and Beatrice is a woman. She said hurts prosecution. Women stayed in spite of it. And sometimes even showed up to the party early.
I think the most damaging evidence, if you look at it through Perry's eyes, would be the Kanye freak off. Diddy wasn't even there. That's damaging.
And what they showing in the text message a few minutes ago, her calling Cabal while Cabal was cooking dinner for his family. Diddy wasn't around for that. She was meeting up with these people on her own.
Yeah.
And then you can't go through this and then expect to, oh, I was just used as a slave and I had to go and do this and I was just so tired. It's almost like you can't have enough because 12 to 18 hours and then next day, you ready to go again? No IV. Now you calling Cabral with behind Diddy's back to hook up with you.
Yeah, that's damaging. That's damaging.
She's trifling. She's trifling.
Oof.
And I don't hate to say it.
Oof. It's a difficult case. I'm glad I'm not a juror.
To call somebody like that. I'm trying to be respectful. Cassie, yes, I would give her more respect. Like she was a lady, she did behind the closed doors. But this one here, Jane is a real one.
Well, because you know her background. I don't think they know her background unless they illegally looked it up. I mean, it's a difficult case. It's a difficult case. They're going to deliberate long. They're going to go over every person, every evidence, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
And you can look at it a different way. This is why this case can go any way. It's no concrete evidence, no smoking gun. If
Let me tell you this.
Perry, you cannot deny that somebody can be looking at it the way that I'm saying in the
No.
jury room.
Listen what I'm about ready to tell you. I don't think, feeling how I feel, right? Just to prove your point. I don't think everybody's going to look at it and say Diddy's guilty or innocent. I'm not saying that.
Right. Okay, good.
I'm just saying it only takes one.
It only takes one.
And I'm pretty sure at least 2 people are going to see it my way. The other 10 can just want to get him for all the
So
things.
you think they're going to have a hard time finding 12 people to think the same exact way?
Yes, because
I don't know. Let's see what the audience thinks.
even if you didn't grow up in that kind of community, it's people represented on there, and they knew. Like it's an older lady in the jury.
Mhm.
She don't grow up, and she know it's young girls that's ass in the ass out there in the street would do anything. You see what I'm saying?
My goodness.
They know this.
You're a mess. She says, I believe the government missed the mark with Cassie because everyone knows DV. White men have been beating their women for a long time. I know it's in every culture, but they escape.
You know what though? And she got a point. There's a lot of white men on there, and they better look at it like, yeah, he's supposed to have checked her ass. I ain't even look at it that way. No, I'm not condoning it. I'm not condoning it. But they think it's offensive to, if this a person saying, if these white people typically sort of do that, they ain't gonna look at it as such as a big foul. Like it's a foul play or something. Like they're like, oh yeah. Yeah.
So Beatrice says the only thing I see that they have is DV. And they're not supposed to use that, Beatrice, but that DV tape sets the mode. Does that make sense, y'all? You're not supposed to use it, but I already seen it.
Yeah, it's great for a sad movie.
Oh, Perry, no.
Makes you teary-eyed. No, I'm just keeping it real.
Hold
like
on 1 second, babe. Can you keep your eye on the screen? I'll be right back.
Okay. 13 minutes. Yeah, Lifetime movie. Clemson Todd said that. Yep, Lifetime movie. Don't cry, dry your eye. And don't condone it. It's a serious thing, but I'm sure the defense will properly break down why they shouldn't look at this DV thing when they make their decisions. Okay, I don't see no more updates. Okay. What the hell I just did? Sharrell, you see there?
Coming. Did I miss something?
Oh yeah, it's a new one just came out.
All right, here I go. Refresh.
Like 30, 40 seconds or maybe a minute.
Here we go. Garrigo says, Jane writes, can you come to Turks? What does he say? He says, yes, I have a passport, but not vaccination. Garrigos, she said, can you get in ATL, Cabral's base? A few days later, March 21st, 2023, she asked, How about Miami? So
That's Jane
what they're
behind you.
trying, what the defense is trying to prove, I mean the prosecution, no, the defense, sorry, is that they are not, let me put it in layman's terms, they're not as innocent as they say. They weren't forced to do anything. They were active participating adult. That's what these text messages boils down to. So yesterday
Absolutely.
they said it was a force. Today they're saying it is willing. I hope I explained that right in
Well, no,
layman's terms.
I think I understand you perfect. You saying the defense is these people wasn't forced, and they showing proof that they was just loose as a goose, and you see me coming,
Okay.
loose as a goose. That's how they showing them. And look,
Also too,
look,
that's a individual decision. It's what you think of it. Does that make sense?
yeah, right. Well, I guess so. Because some people don't look at Diddy as being a freak. It's just how you look at it.
Well, some of them don't. He wasn't
Okay,
doing it
well,
by
okay.
himself.
Okay,
Some
well,
people do that stuff.
I just wanted you to make sure.
Hell, Carisha must have liked it too. I mean, some people like all that mess.
Mm.
But if I was on that stand, I couldn't get them tapes out my head. Y'all know how I am.
No, I get
Seeing
it.
people run around in
Mm.
costumes and whips and chains. I couldn't, because
Yep.
this is weird to me. I'm just saying, it's weird.
Right. No, I get it. But I mean, you got to be able to separate the two. The
Now,
DV.
Beatrice has a good point right here. Can they charge for a RICO? No.
I don't think
Now
so.
that I agree with. There's no, you can't make me think that Diddy's money was dirty. You can't make me think that Diddy was a dealer. You can't make me think that he forced these people. I just don't see the RICO. Other things maybe is an argument, but I don't think this is a criminal entity. This is not a criminal entity because they did show at times they did that on their own. The dancers did it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. If I look at the mob and I look at Diddy organization, it's a stretch. Maybe if he wasn't so,
Look like you got an update, baby.
I don't know. Ask everybody else. Let me see what here. Let me go. Gary goes. Jane writes, "Tonight was fun." Like stuff like that is damning. Anyway, it says Jane writes, "Tonight was fun." What does he say? He says, "Had a great time with you, baby." Gary goes, "Now, April 2023, Jane, Combs, and Paul." He says, "Hey, Jane, true name, I'm available," and asks about the 19th. So it's so much. It's so much to consider in this stuff. Yeah, they're showing a willing participant. It's
Right.
still a personal thing.
Right. And see,
It's still
that
it's in the eye of the beholder.
right. I guess if you and
Because the way
Lorraine,
he acts when he doesn't get his way, you could say he was forced into that. His temper tantrums,
uh-huh.
the way
Right.
he, when he was mad, everybody better watch out.
Right.
And then his drug habit, his mood swings.
Mm-hmm. So
Ooh, y'all, this is hard.
the prosecution probably need you and Lorraine in the jury box because
No, I'm just telling you
I
how.
know, I know. I'm just saying. Now you saying how different opinions can go. Like
Yeah,
Lorraine will say coercing. You
Lorraine
ain't got
ain't
to
even here
coerce.
today. Why you even picking on people?
No, Lorraine right here.
Oh,
mean,
hi, Lorraine. My
how
bad.
how can you coerce somebody to be a 304 when they already 304? That's time wasted practices, baby. They already doing it. You go fast, you hear? I ain't got to coerce you when you already running at record speeds and spreading them high
So
and
no,
dropping
and
it
somebody
low.
else could think, so other people can have a strong opinion against that, saying you got to give them dancers the same respect you would a regular person. Just because you in the business, no gonna always mean no. Does that make sense?
The dancers the dancers didn't file charges, ma'am. The entertainers didn't. No, I'm just saying, yeah, no. And for real, after this whole trial, I respect, and I ain't really think about them. I no longer call them streetwalkers and all this, entertainers. That's a good name for them because that's what they get paid to do. That's what they do. So I'm gonna put some respect on their name.
This is
Yeah,
hard. If it's hard and people are saying, I don't know, that shows reasonable doubt.
yeah, that's definitely reasonable doubt. Diddy be home for Christmas.
No, I see what you're saying. You're saying if we're not strong in those convictions, it's not reasonable doubt that he should not go to jail for life. He should not go for life. But we never know what's going to happen. But once a person sees things in the back of their head and sums you up as a monster that has some serious mental health issues when it comes to the bedroom, they can't forget it. I can't forget the tape. I can't forget the tape. I can't forget it. I'm never gonna forget it.
I know.
Hell, you can't forget it.
No, no, and really you shouldn't. But what I'm saying is, for this case, it's a lot of tapes in here. I understand that tape, but these other tapes I can't forget neither, and I ain't even seen the tapes. Just from how they responding, girl, I look fly tonight. I am so fine going into this freak off, and then walking up, hey, I love you, Diddy.
Yeah,
See you tomorrow. Child, I might
really,
stop by and get me a new pair of pink handcuffs. Shit.
they was doing some wild shit, wasn't they? They was doing some wild shit. I can't forget it. I'm glad I didn't see it because I know my personality. If I saw the tape, because yesterday I go, why are they playing this? What is they? Why? Because they building an image in your head that you're not gonna forget. And Perry, you think you've seen it all? I bet you some of them tapes will make your head spin around.
But and what'll make me spin around is by these women willing to do it.
Someone says, Sharrell, are you beyond reasonable doubt for Cassie? Absolutely not. This is not a beyond a reasonable doubt situation. Because I keep saying it goes on the person. Because there's so much circumstantial evidence, you can process it in different ways. But I think the fix is in. I think the judge is working with the prosecution. I think he's going to jail. Prison, not even jail. I think he's going to prison. And I think he's going to prison for a long time. That's just how I feel. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't think it's beyond a reasonable doubt, but I take myself out the picture and just kind of look at how everything is working. And if you believe he's a monster, you never gonna forget it. But the way the judge always leans on the side of the prosecution, sometimes you walk into a courtroom and they already made behind the scene deals. That judge is straight prosecution. He going to jail.
Well, Angela Griffin said, she said, I am not gonna lie. I want to try that baby oil.
Y'all are too much. Remember Perry was saying yesterday he would have had his baby oil in the shower? Child, that was a mess.
Yeah, I had it hooked up. Squirts out and shit. Everything lubed up.
The whole thing is crazy, especially if they can get into how you said one thing to the grand jury and something else when you took the stand. But it seems like right now that's not going to come into play. So yeah, no, it shouldn't. Nobody should be 100% convinced he's going, and nobody should be 100% that he's not going. And we all should be glad we're not on the jury because it boils down to, yeah.
Because I'm not 100% that, but I'm pretty sure this RICO and all that stuff ain't gonna stand. They can come with something, but I'm about 85, 90% thinking you ain't gonna get 12 people to agree to all this shit. That's what I'm saying. And I need some coffee. I'll be back.
Okay. It's a hard case, y'all. It's a hard case. I mean, and I'm just telling you how I feel. Pick a side. Say, this is not beyond a reasonable doubt for me. And y'all know how I am about sending somebody to prison for life. It's a real sensitive subject to me because of my family. You better be 110% sure before you send somebody up the river for life. For life. Y'all don't know what that means. I think that the worst kind of pain is to be suffering on the inside and nobody sees it. Nobody that's been given a life sentence, they deal with it internally. I hope I'm explaining this right. Just prison's no place to be. It's no place to be. It's free labor. Here, I got an update. Garrigo says, Jane says, I'll reach out. How about P is available? What does Combs respond? He says, Combs says, okay, find a location. You're in the mood? Question mark. Garrigo says, Jane says, didn't know you were unsatisfied. I stopped and got a couple more outfits. It's such an important case because you're talking about somebody's life. Talk about somebody's life. And like I said yesterday, I believe in the D penalty. I believe people should go for life, but not this case. I know it makes my family want to throw up when I say I believe in the D penalty, and I believe some people should go for life. Even though I know once you get behind them bars, you are living in a living hell. It's so personal to me, this case. It's so personal because we got an update. Garrigo says, Jane says, I'll reach out. Oh, I just read that part. It's so personal to me because people on the inside, as they call it, they suffer. Nobody should go through that if you're innocent. We're not God. We can't just say, for this case, this is beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the way I just bantered back and forth with Perry, everybody got their different opinions. It's a horrible case. I wanted to stop doing this case about 2 weeks ago, but now I'm forced to go through it because I owe it to you guys. I owed it to Perry. But this case plays on my consciousness. I can't put anybody behind bars, and I'm different than other people because I experienced false imprisonment. Well, my family. But somebody else could be looking at the DV because that's what they experienced. So this case is a living hell. As for Diddy's ex preferences, isn't no different from any of us. For us as humans, doing whatever we like to do in our lives. Some people don't like what we do. You're right. That's another point. What you do in your bedroom is your business. I'm a big advocate for it. I'm just saying, once I see it, I can't forget it. And I'm being real. That's how I look at it. Somebody can look at it my way too. Like, no. The golden showers #2. I'm not gonna forget that. I don't care if I'm supposed to not include it or not. Hey, Naomi. I'm done with this. Definitely taking mental notes of all the ignorant shit people are saying. Like, I don't know. It's so personal. Everybody's on edge. I can't wait for this to be done. It's not what he did, it's how he did it. Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you not to have those feelings. I can't tell Perry not to have his feelings. So I don't know. It's a mess. It's a mess. I think he will be convicted on 1 or 2 charges, not Rico. That's a possibility too. Not Rico, not Rico. I don't think it's Rico. Ooh. I mean, they all were addicts. And then I can go down that road too. How addicts, they live their life in the fast lane is wild. It's crazy. This is why the FBI is not in the New York courtroom. Because you can look at it different ways. I don't know. Lorraine says, but he is not doing it in his bedroom. He's doing it in these hotel rooms, tarnishing other businesses with his business. Can't argue with that either. So I don't know. Y'all probably want me to say, speak your mind like Perry. And I am speaking my mind like Perry. I do go back and forth. That's just how I am. I'm sorry, y'all. I go back and forth.
And he's doing it in his own private space. It's not like, I haven't heard once that he went to a hotel and just did it in the lobby. So, people shouldn't be able to judge what somebody do in their bedroom. Now, their location, if they got a doghouse in the back, if they want to do it in that, they should be able to do it. And if a man wanted to get a zip line from one side of his room to the other and put on a black leather some Pampers and glide from one side to the next, he should be able to do that. Mm-hmm. That's his own thing, right? That's their own privacy. But I get it, people. People feel like it's how Diddy did something, how he went about it. I get it, but is he being charged for that? Rico, you might not like his character and you feel like he's just dirty and all this stuff. I get that because, the same reason people can have that thing, I feel Diddy is a freak, but I'm using my judgment on both sides. I feel like these girls volunteered for these things. Oof. And that could piss a lot of people off, and I get it, but it's just my opinion. Because I'm not on here saying Diddy's the victim. Diddy's the victim. See, this happened to him. These girls taking his money, and they're,
I got to update.
Okay, go ahead.
Garrigo says, Jane writes, I know what you like, Daddy, at the London before you left for New York. You did a film. You forgot it. You promised you wouldn't forget. Then smirk face, devil face. I'm coming, Daddy. That video you sent me was hot. Sweet emojis. Like stuff like that.
See? That's what
I don't know, y'all. I'm telling y'all I'm wishy-washy. I go back and forth. But if you're asking me if I was in the jury and I had to vote, what would I vote? I would say this is not beyond a reasonable doubt. I would feel bad about my decision, but I have to let them go because I'm not going to be falsely accusing nobody of nothing. And I just don't see beyond a reasonable doubt. But and that's why the stuff that we're going over is why I don't see beyond a reasonable doubt. But that's just me. I just don't see, because everything is, I can argue. I can say one thing, Perry comes back, looks at it another way. I don't see beyond reasonable doubt.
Right.
And with my record of don't put nobody in prison falsely, because what the judge is asking me, if I was on the jury, is this case has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And I can't say it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Everybody will be mad at me. Y'all just want to get mad. If I had to vote right now, that's what I would vote. That's what I would vote.
Look, and so that's the whole thing. If you was in the jury room, when they started deliberating, and I've been back there because people, you go through these rules, people see it one way, they'll try to convince you of their way. Some things you can't convince me of. We can sit there and have a rational conversation and say, maybe, hey, we can probably all agree to this. It was a toxic relationship that these adults chose to get into together. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just the film crew, Diddy and a pamper in the corner. these actresses and the entertainers actually popped up and they want it by choice. It's a toxic relationship. Go ahead.
No, I'm thinking also because I'm thinking, a lot of people are saying, Sharrell, how could you do that? How could you, let him go? That's why I'm glad I'm not on the jury. We're just talking, but I'm being honest with y'all. I just don't see reasonable doubt. Too many arguments, too many sides. So I would say in my heart, and I always say that I'm not God. If he did it and I'm letting out a guilty man, everybody pays for the things that they do, and they pay for it in this lifetime. But because we have so many, and it touches my family personally, false imprisonment destroys people's lives. It's crazy. I don't know. Y'all, this is too much. Y'all, please stay hydrated. I feel like I'm about to pass out at work. It's so hot. Child, we in Vegas, but we're going through a cool down. It was like 82 degrees.
It's crazy, because like yesterday it was like 93 here. And I was talking to some friends back east. They said it was 100.
We got to take another poll. I want to know what y'all thinking because, it's hard for me, but that's what I would have voted. Perry, you gonna do the poll? Just say at this point. Let me do it.
Okay. Yeah,
I want to.
The whole thing
is at this point, Perry, if you were on the jury.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Say what now? If I'm on the jury.
At this point, because this might be, you might change your mind, but right now, would you vote innocent or guilty?
Innocent. Because you know what, though, for real, let's keep it real. When you get the power to put somebody behind bars for 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20. Let's just keep it real. Like, I ain't convinced. Yes, I feel like this whole group was toxic. All of them did things together. Now later want to point blame and act like they was this, some getting immunity, all these different things. But I can't trust all their testimony. And that would be the evidence. And then I don't trust the prosecution. Why are you meeting so many times with these people? Over 20-something times with a couple witnesses. What the hell y'all doing? Making a coloring book and you helping them stay within the lines? It's just too much for me. And I just think that we can say, oh, it's a bad thing this happened to these girls. How can he do that? Ask yourself, how could they volunteer for it? I think adults make decisions that's good for them, whether we would agree or not. And that's how I see it.
But you would vote innocent. You know he's not innocent.
Well,
but you will vote innocent because it's not enough. It's a reasonable doubt in your mind.
If this was a DV charge, I vote guilty. Right? Mm-hmm. We ain't at a DV charge. This is RICO, trafficking, and all these things. No,
Let me redo it.
I would say no.
People don't like the way it's worded. I'm going to redo it. Let me do it this way. Should Diddy go to prison?
I did that earlier.
You did? What did you get?
I think you erased it.
Okay. You can try again, guys.
I didn't get the results.
I'm gonna do it again.
Oh, okay. I'm glad somebody told me this.
What?
And this is what I meant to say too. Not guilty is not voting innocent. I wouldn't vote him innocent. Thank you.
He's not innocent.
That's it. I would not vote him guilty because I think it was a group effort. This is what all these people got together to do. So at this point, thank you, June J. Thank you, because that.
So I was blatant. Should he go to prison? Yes or no? It's hard. It's very hard.
Somebody said do Rico, Sharrell.
Okay. Yeah, we don't see no Rico, I don't think. Let me do get the results of should he go to
I think
prison.
jurors will see the
Y'all
girls on
said
the stand.
no. Mm,
Well, yeah, that's true.
mm. What'd you say, babe?
Christina says, I think the jurors will see the girls on the stand were willing. And see, that's what I'm saying. Willing. And did they deserve what kind of treatment, him being shitty to him and all that stuff? Probably not. I think he was willing to let them ride with it. And I think that on their half, he got done wrong too. They was only with him for his fame and his cash. And long as he did all this, and once that stopped, now they sitting here trying to take him down, trying to do a civil suit to get money. It was wrong on all sides. So I'm gonna say it's a toxic group. I ain't picking no sides. I'm not gonna crucify them. I ain't sending them down the river. They already got protection. And I'm not gonna send him down the river neither.
So I just sent the question. Is this a RICO case? If it's not a RICO case, they're still gonna get him. They still gonna. I don't think nobody could get him on RICO, but they're gonna get him on maybe kidnapping, even though Perry doesn't think so, and coercion. That's what I
I
think.
mean, I thought I just explained that to you.
I
Coercion.
know, but I don't care what you said, Perry. I think they're gonna get him. Sharrell, you must be privileged to the instructions the jury will be given. Jury instructions will be if this, then, and that. Instructions will be if this, then that. Oh, if the questions point to the evidence, then Diddy is guilty. Yes, it does also depend on the jury instructions. But I mean, aren't the instructions going to be? Well, it is depends on the way it's worded, right? Let me see what y'all talking about. Is this a RICO case? 80% no. This is not a RICO case. It's not a RICO case. But they're going to get him on something else. We'll see how it goes. I hope I'm wrong because I'm just glad I'm not on the jury. Stuff like that haunts me. If I had to make the decision.
Yeah.
It haunts me, doesn't it? It's like, oh my God, am I right? Am I
Well, I mean,
wrong? Well, because I'm doubting myself, I don't see reasonable doubt. Go ahead.
that's a serious thing though, for real. Like, we can laugh and joke about it, but when you get this kind of power within 12 people to send somebody down for something, I would hate to be that vote to accuse somebody and send them down and my thinking, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's why they say reasonable doubt. Go ahead.
Okay. Garrigo says, let's go back to GX 1406, May 19th, 20. May 19th through 20th, 2023. Jane, Combs, Paul, and Cabral. What does Combs write? He says he writes, is Chef still here? She says no, LOL. Garrigles, pull up text of personal assistance. The agent says, I don't know who. I don't know who. This is crazy. It's a crazy case. I don't know. Also, it's just a crazy case. Crazy case. But people are passionate about it. People are yelling at each other about it because you got to be, it's almost like arguing over religion because there's no solid evidence. If we said, like, I seen him go, take the GUN out of his pocket, and it's not one of those cases. It's circumstantial. Here comes the chef. They are gonna close with her story. Okay. Here we go. Got an update. It says, Garagos, Miss Corn writes, for hotel, they want fruits, outfits, shorts for him, size large, fruits and juices. She writes, are you hydrated? Question mark. I'll be at one hotel. The name of the hotel is One. Residential side. Hey, hun, had a great time. Do you see that? He says, yes. So they're really trying to show that the dancers, okay, I had another word for them, but YouTube wants me to use that word. Enjoyed it. We're fully anticipating it. You know, they're showing they weren't forced. That's what they're showing. Now, you got the prosecution showing their sides of the text messages, and then you have the prosecution showing their side of the text messages. I would have to get those messages in front of the group and go over them one by one in its entirety, because we're getting snippets. We're getting snippets. And that will make a difference, right, Perry?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it would make a difference. And neither side would have to present it. They would present it the whole thing, just all verbatim down the road. But people try
Right.
to choose and pick what they want. But the defense just got the luxury of going last.
Right.
They tried it yesterday. Hope, whatever. But, you know, even these things they're talking about today, yesterday, don't really move the needle for me. It's these people. When you see it and people say, well, they're not on trial. Your evidence. I'm just not believing the evidence, from these women that was on here. Some of the stuff, a lot of stuff they can be saying true, but they're fabricating things to build this RICO, sex trafficking, and all that stuff. To me,
To me, this case is very draining. It's an important case because of who it is. It's a very important case. It's very draining. And there's so many different ways you can interpret this case. And me being honest, saying if I was on the jury, I wouldn't forget those tapes. I just wouldn't.
Yeah, and then Lorraine
And
says
if
this.
I feel that way, other people could feel that way. Yes, even us not being in the courtroom, we only get a snippet. We only get a snippet.
Right. And that's the whole thing too. But I'm basing everything I said off my snippets. I think so, unless you're in the courtroom. But I don't watch a lot of people that's been in the courtroom and ain't told me nothing no different. I know yesterday they had jurors falling asleep, according to people that was in the courtroom.
Yeah, so tell me the stuff that you got from your guy. What was he saying?
Oh, he was just saying that
Go over the stuff that you heard. I'll be back.
I mean, probably why the defense want to go ahead and not push it too long is that people are losing interest. The jurors are falling asleep with that boring ass witness summary for the prosecution. Outside the courthouse was damn near empty with this librarian up there. And really, even the defense going back at it, like, you sort of heard enough, get to it. Because this chart thing going back and forth, I guess they got the correct what the prosecution tried to put out there. They show a different side, but I think you already did that. I don't think we need no more unless, you can talk about how Diddy didn't pay for something. Because they tried to put that out there too, mentioning all this. Flight from LA to New York, from Miami to here. Yeah, just throwing it out to make it seem like this is the criminal enterprise, but not really telling you who paid for it and for what reason it was paid for. So this is sort of it's a crazy case, but I just think it's a group of adults that's done hooked up, had these wild things, and now are bickering, going at each other. They going at each other. So, and I just feel like you don't need no court to decide that. Let them go their separate ways. I'm not telling you to arrest P. Diddy if he was the pimp, and I ain't telling you to arrest them for being 304s. I'm just saying let them go their separate ways, move on. This shouldn't be a court issue to me because you don't really know what side to believe. That's that reasonable doubt stuff. Do I believe some of the things they say? Yes. And there's other things I don't believe. So let's just get it done. Let's get it over with by the end of this week, but I doubt it. it's gonna be interesting probably for the rest of the week just to see closing arguments, because that's why I think gonna really be the work of these $3 million a month attorneys. That's why I think they're gonna show up. Now, I don't know, but that's why I think Diddy lawyers gonna make their money in this closing.
Uh, Brown Mama, I agree. She said the government had to charge Rico because of the statutes of limitation being over. That's true. They had to present new offenses, and that could only happen through Rico. No Rico, therefore no charge. I mean, they definitely couldn't charge with the DV. Everybody would have been on board, but you're not asking me about DV. You asking me about a whole list of other stuff. Makes it complicated. And I think they knew that when they brought the case forward. They're just throwing it out there to see if it sticks. Rico, Diddy did run the Combs enterprise, directly directing trafficking, bribery, and abuse to benefit himself and his brand through threats and control.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, maybe we watched the wrong trial or listened to the wrong transcript.
But I can see what she's talking about.
Well, I know, but off the base of it, that's when somebody tell you a story, you just got into the story that the prosecution want to sell. They haven't proved these things though. Yeah, that's the prosecution story. All what Priscilla just read is the prosecution story. You know how your mother, when you're 2, get the book and read you a little bedtime story? That's
I can't. Like, I can't. Something wrong with
Spirit
you.
Warrior says, Perry, what about S trafficking and illegal drugs? Like, you know, for X trafficking, show me. They got entertainers from Cowboys and Angels that they send out people, escorts that you basically pay for their time, that they can fly them out legally, and then they do their thing, and then when they off, they can do what they want to do. If that's when they got into the actual stuff, that's what they did. I don't see Diddy out here with 15 girls or 5 girls or maybe even 3 girls at one time renting out rooms, making money off of it. Go ahead.
Garrico says, here, Jane writes to Mr. Combs, I love you. Can't wait to see you, with heart emojis. But now she writes, let's be positive. Remember how we turned it around at 1 star, right? Question mark. He says, right. Garrico, he says, you got chef? Question mark. Jane says, no. The thing that I think they can get him on is crossing state lines with the dancers.
But wouldn't that be on the companies too? Because didn't he go to the company? So if you paying a company, Cowboys and Angels, the company sent them. You buy a product from Taiwan.
Come on, Perry. Now that's reaching.
Well, no. Yeah, no. It's reaching to a certain degree. It's no proof that this happened. According to these companies and these entertainers, they just got paid to dance, whatever, right? You pay them the money. They got paid regardless if they got it in sexually or not. They got paid.
It's crossing the state line.
Well, for an entertainer, if I'm having a birthday party in San Diego and I want a band from North Carolina to come, can I pay for that entertainment to come over? No, I don't know. I mean, I think, yeah, you sort of with this point where you trying to just pinpoint and just try to make something up, but you speculating not just on one thing, a lot of things. And if it was such a criminal enterprise and all this stuff, why ain't these other people being charged?
Well, that's another bad look. Not bringing KK on. That's like, I don't know why they needed to bring on KK, Frank Santella, who they call Frankie. They needed to bring them 2 on. Even if dancers were hired, willing to cross state lines, it's still illegal, right? That's what I was saying.
Well, yeah. I mean,
That is just that right there is not an argument.
Yeah, well, maybe
So they
if you
can get
look
him on that. According to you, Perry, all witnesses are liars. P. Diddy should take the stand and exonerate himself of all RICO charges, correct?
no, you don't have to. It's for the federal the feds to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. He ain't got to prove his innocence.
We got to update. Jane says, I was trying for my chefy poo. Gergo says, Jane writes, are you up to coming to LA? How much would it be to compensate for missing chef gig? He responds, sorry, love. I could have did it with enough heads up. So they're definitely showing her, Jane, setting things up, participating, and being a willing participant. They definitely showed Cassie setting things up and being a willing participant. But the other side's argument to that is that Cassie is scared of Diddy and will do whatever he wants her to do, because if she don't, we seen the tape.
Hearsay.
Ejection.
Look, look, Sharrell, but maybe let's go back to something. During this whole case, they don't even bring up the word prostitution, do they? Think
You're
about
not
it.
supposed to say it. That's why I asked you to say dancer.
Well, anyway, but just listen to what I'm saying. Have you heard the word in court? They ain't on YouTube or nowhere else. Have you heard the word?
No, they call them entertainers or dancers.
Entertainers, right? Prince was an entertainer. He can go, a company can hire Prince when he was alive.
Prince,
to do something.
the singer?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, entertainers. Well, I'm just basically, when a company have a big party somewhere and bringing these entertainers, that's not trafficking because you pay for somebody to come and cross state lines. But I want to get to this point. Has anybody in this case ever said they got paid for sex?
Perry.
Has anybody showed documents saying, a receipt, $5,000?
Okay, but if they come in,
no, where's the proof?
If they come in and they do the act, and then when the act is over, if you get paid for that,
okay, right. But where do they get these people from? Cowboys and Angels, entertainment group that just do dances. They don't offer sex.
I can't. I'm glad he ain't on the damn jury, okay? And he be acting like that. He's been on the jury before. He be acting like that. That was proven. I mean, I thought it was, but Perry said they came to dance.
He said, I would pay them, but you order the dance and you pay the dancers. No, not even the Punisher. The Punisher said on the stand that he was not a... No.
No, okay. That's a stretch. I got an update.
Yeah.
I have an update. Gergo says, Mr. Combs writes, hurry up. She is at hotel and she is horny as hell. Need help? LOL. Paul responds, LOL, right? Question mark. Agent says, right. And Mr. Combs sent Paul an image. Doesn't it look like Shaq? Question mark. He said, yes. Judge, may we have a brief sidebar?
Right. And then I would say this too. People say, yeah, it's a reach. No, it's a reach. But what I'm saying is, at this point, a lot of these things, these stories, I'm not saying all the witnesses lied about everything. Let's get that straight. They just lying about the part to try to seal the story that Diddy is running this criminal enterprise, which they was coached by the prosecution for meeting with them over 20-something times. For what? To work on your civil suits to make sure the story's aligned, that it was good enough for the prosecution? Is that why you got immunity? Snitches.
It's a difficult case, Perry. Snitches. Okay, I can't. I mean, it's a difficult case, but I'm willing to bend. I'm willing to say, well, crossing that state lines, that's you broke the law. But you're not bending on anything. You're rewriting things. You're saying that
if you want
the definition of a dancer, like
if you want to give him a citation for that, just do it separately.
Yeah.
They talking about the trafficking. The trafficking is to do this to either what's the word that they said, to profit, or yeah, I mean that you had to do something with it, like be selling bodies and all this. He didn't do it to profit. He did it for self gain, just the individual. But this had nothing to do on this company. These freak offs went on the cover of his albums. It's just some adults got together. All parties was wrong. Yes, I know it's illegal. It's illegal to buy that kind of service. It's illegal to give that kind of service. So why is everybody off and running, doing interviews, doing civil suits, got immunity, and you out the Diddy?
Mm, um, they're saying, let me see. Hold on, y'all. Let's see what this says. Hold on.
I think you got to update. Somebody said.
I got to update.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I lost my page. So.
I don't see the update. Let's
Oh,
try
yeah,
it
maybe
again.
I'm wrong. Somebody said it in the chat, but
Let's see if it's the CNN update.
I got to bounce back out and come back in.
You're leaving?
Oh no! I got I lost my spot for the update.
Okay, so CNN is now doing the same thing that we're doing. They're putting out a list, and I will go over that list in a minute. I wanted to look at this and see if it would help. This is a video explaining what X trafficking is. So let me make sure there's no music. Hold on.
What is human trafficking? Human trafficking is modern day slavery.
I can't play that. Damn. I can't play that. Why do they do that? I'll have to read it. I wanted to go in detail. There's music playing in the background. I don't know why they would have music to it, that there's music. Let me see. Hold on. I'm on another page. I can't even see you guys.
Okay. I'm still refreshed. Oh yeah, they still at the sidebar, I guess.
Yeah. I can't find nothing else to talk about it without music.
Well, at least it's closing down one way or the other.
I think Wayne just had a very good point. He said that it depends on the instructions. If they tell you that you don't really need beyond a reasonable doubt, that you need these other things that I'm getting ready to show y'all,
Uh-huh.
it's not going to be that cut and dry, Perry. it might be some pushback. Let's see.
Well, I think both sides get to both agree, right? I'm sure if it was to the defendant's detriment, that his attorney would try to broker the best deal. I don't think they stupid by any means.
All right, let me read this to you guys. Hold on.
But I know it's up to the judge to come up with whatever. But I think he takes suggestions and try to meet halfway.
I mean, does he really?
Well, yeah, I know. I shouldn't have said
It
that.
says
'Cause
here,
you do the other side.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I think we have a delay.
Wait, you bounce out. I think you're gonna have to bounce out because most time when it's the delay is on your side. Or I can
All
try to
right.
bounce out. But I bounce out. I bounce out.
Okay. So let's read this while Perry's gone. Tell me if you can't hear me in the chat. It says Diddy X trafficking trial is underway. Here's what we know about the charges, evidence, and more. It said Sean Diddy Combs, the music mogul, accused of SA trafficking and other exploiting women in reoccurring incidents over multiple decades, is standing trial on federal charges in the New York City jurisdiction. May 5th, and 12 jurors were seated along with 6 alternates on Monday, May 12th. The selected group included 12 men and 6 women. 12 men. Okay, so that's mostly men. Okay. 6 women. Opening statements immediately followed, and the prosecutor's case against Combs started to take shape. To the public, he was Puff or P. Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman larger than life, but there was another side to him. Combs, 55, faces multiple charges, including X trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. He has been jailed since September when he was ordered held without bail. He has pleaded not guilty at his final pretrial hearing, rejected a plea deal. He did. As the trial is underway in Manhattan Federal Court, here's what we know. One of the most powerful figures that's not the article I need. One of the most powerful figures in hip hop, Combs is accused of running a criminal enterprise with help from associates and employees. I don't see that criminal enterprise. Since at least 2004, that engaged in or attempted to engage in X trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, and other offenses, according to the indictment. Combs was initially charged in September 2024 with 1 count of racketeering, 1 count of X trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That's why that's so important, to show force, fraud, or coercion.
Hey, Sharrell, real fast though. They're back from the sidebar only for this. Judge, we're taking a break. Then the guy notes the cross has already gone longer than was projected yesterday. Will they get to the defense today? Question mark.
No,
Why were the
they will
public
not.
screen still left exhibit without Jane's name? So, yeah, we don't know. But that was pretty interesting. I mean, that thing you trying to talk about, but at least they're on a break. But see, you get to show some of these
No,
things.
I want to show this. I want to show this
Okay.
really quick. It's up to us to.
Oh, now go ahead.
Because it's up to us. Don't tell me I got to pay for this article. When did they start making you pay for articles? $30. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can sign up for this. Because it's the Washington Post. Hold on.
Well, yeah. Legal.
I'm going to sign up for it just because I like the Washington Post.
So Wayne says, legal note, read the charges. This isn't about hookups. It's kidnapping. forced labor, S trafficking, racketeering. People were coerced, threatened, hurt. It's organized crime. Yes, Wayne, I would agree with it if you feel that way. If you feel like they are proving these things. Because I think when you say threatening, that would be up to somebody's opinion. Coerce, up to somebody's opinion. Hurt, I guess that'd be up to your opinion unless you was watching Cassie's thing. And that's not part of the case. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. And I'm just telling you, we can read the fine print and these legal bonders or whatnot. It's gonna come down to the jurors. And I know you're an attorney, Wayne, but I'm saying a lot of people on this jury aren't, and I'm definitely not one.
Wayne's an attorney?
I think he said so. And I think in North Carolina too. I think it was North Carolina.
Wow.
Or he was in between North Carolina. I can't remember. New Jersey. I don't know. Somewhere. I can't remember.
We've had to pay for so much stuff. This is ridiculous. When they start charging for articles? What do I do for work? Why? Oh my God, please stop.
So they're saying basically both sides would have to agree on jury instructions. I guess they'll try to make it fair, whatever, just to balance it out. But like I said, there's a chance I could be wrong, but I'm feeling pretty confident all of them want to agree. And
Okay, I like the Washington Post, you guys, a lot. So they get really detailed with their explanations and definitions of things. So it says here, after 6 weeks, 34 witnesses and hundreds of bottles of baby oil. I swear to God, it said that. Presented as evidence, the government is about to rest its case in the Sean Diddy Combs federal trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial. Prosecutors called to the stand Combs' former girlfriends, assistants, that's not what I wanted, recording artists, stylists, hotel workers, and federal agents to testify about crimes they alleged Combs and a small trusted inner circle orchestrated, executed, and cover up, including trafficking, arson, bribery, kidnapping, illicit substances use, and SA. To prove the government's case, some witnesses, most of them former Combs employees, were given immunity in exchange for their honest testimony. Combs has pleaded not guilty to racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. Force, fraud, and coercion. Let me write that down. I just want to keep that in my mind. Hold on. And 2 counts of transportation to engage in dancing. Y'all know what that means. His attorneys have argued that the freak-offs he directed when he was with 2 ex-girlfriends, model Cassie Ventura and an influencer and model, helped testify under the pseudonym Jane, were consensual acts. This week, the defense made the surprising announcement that it will not call its own witnesses and intend to only present exhibits before it rests its case, meaning the jury might begin deliberation as soon as Friday. I believe without a reasonable doubt it's going to start on Friday. Here are the charges against and key witnesses and evidence prosecutors have used to support each allegation. Okay. Prosecutors allege Combs used his employees for racketeering conspiracy. The government called forward a broad array of witnesses to help build the case for their most sprawling charge against Combs, racketeering conspiracy, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. The prosecutors allege that Combs protected and aided by staffers conspired to commit and cover up crimes such as sex trafficking, kidnapping, arson, and bribery. Based on the testimony and evidence presented, the prosecutors have suggested that Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, and his head security, Damian D. Rock Butler, were heavily involved in this alleged enterprise. Neither Coram nor Butler have publicly charged with any crimes. That's very, you can't, I don't understand why they weren't brought to the stand. Former personal assistants said they would stock hotel rooms with lubricants, snacks, and illicit substances for freak-offs, which the government argued required trafficking women who couldn't and didn't consent to these acts and paying the male dancers to have sex. I'm going to repeat this, and Perry, I want you to respond to this. The former personal assistant said their roles in this crime were to stock hotel rooms with lubricants, snacks, and illicit substances for freak-offs, which the government argues required trafficking women. So
it's like having a maid sometime or having a nanny. I think having a nanny would require her changing a pamper, feeding the baby, watching the baby. Assistant's job is to assist. I think they just playing word games on a lot of stuff, trying to make something stick. That's just me.
which the government argued required trafficking women who couldn't and didn't consent to these acts and paying male dancers to have sex. So
And they're speculating. They saying was forced, right? To go back,
Right.
it was forced,
it's forced, yeah.
and something else. It's
Oh.
two sides to every coin, right?
Mm.
Yes, that's what the prosecution wants you to believe. But were they really? Coercion. They was trying to,
So they're saying that these people were forced to do these things, and you're saying you don't believe they were forced. You
in my
think they're
opinion, no,
and
of
that
course
and
not.
that's the government's stance, is that they weren't forced,
No,
they
the
were
defense,
willing participants.
yeah, the defense, yes.
Then
So-
you're gonna need those text messages, like Wayne said. You're gonna need those text messages, which should be cut and dry. But then the text messages, you do see some text messages where she's saying, I don't want to do this.
Mhm.
Jane plain out said, I don't want to do this. And he
Mhm.
was like, you don't want to see the tape, do you? In so many words. But then you have other text messages say, can't wait, honey. This is going to
Right.
be great.
And in every relationship, it's going to be arguing back and forth.
Mm.
People would say things they don't mean. Now you can interpret it. No, that's what they meant. Because some people would go this far. Like, and this is why I say with this whole thing, I feel like, just my opinion, I wasn't there, and people who think the other way, you wasn't there neither. I don't think. I think it was just Diddy in the corner with the camera.
You ain't right. Go ahead.
But I just don't feel like they was forced into it. Coercion. Oh, he had to do this. You don't have to do that to a person that's willing. Now, you can say Diddy did it for he had his motives. I see motives why they stuck around and did what they did. It was to climb the ladder. It was to, make sure you use the main woman and other things like that. That's what I see. But in truth, said the jury instructions are available. I'm not sure, because I've seen things that I'm not sure. Maybe ask Wayne or attorney. I mean, because I think they still got to work on them, but maybe they have them. I don't know. Maybe it's there already. I don't know if it's out or not. No, I mean, this is what I'm trying to say. It's messy all around, right? And I get it, because I've seen something somebody said yesterday. Well, even if they was willing, 99 times out of 100, the one time, the one no should have meant no. I get it.
I want to read this really quick. It says Judge Subramanian has not released the full jury instructions publicly yet. However, during a hearing on June 20th, 2025, he informed both sides that he would provide a draft of his jury instructions later that day for review. The draft included, oh, there's a draft. Hold on.
I'm grabbing some more coffee.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I think you could have had. Let me check for an update. Let me see.
Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Let me see.
No, I don't see none yet. Neither though. Because remember, they took a break.
Let me double check. I forgot. I want to get these jury instructions. Let me double check, you guys. Make sure I didn't miss anything.
That's when 13 minutes they took a break. Nothing yet. I'm grabbing coffee.
Let me. Okay, go ahead. Jury gets a break. The jury has been dismissed for break until 11:50. Okay. Well, they're coming back soon. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get a copy of this partial draft. Because this is what the jury's going to have to do. They've got to be very detailed with instructions, and I think those text messages are going to play. What? No leak or partial instructions are available. A draft exists. Give me the draft. Hold on. Let's see if I can find a copy of this draft. It's not available to the public. Hmm. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't want that. Hold on. They noted in the instructions. What instructions? They're saying there's no I don't see it. Let me ask my friend. Hold on. You're saying she's saying that there's a copy. Where is it? But it's not official. You don't think it's real. Okay, let me see. All right, all right. Sharrell, there is no public copy. That was AI. Was it AI, you guys? All right, we don't have a copy of the draft. They're saying that that was AI. Go to, I know I could get the transcripts, but I'm talking about, no, I don't have time for that. I mean, I'm going to do that later and you can get the transcripts. I mean, okay, okay. All right, let me just keep reading this article that I was reading to you guys.
And I'm back still checking for updates. So go ahead.
So I'm being told that there was a AI mock draft on the internet, but they haven't released it yet, and no one. I forgot that really damn what I was reading. Okay, let's just pick up where we left off. Please, Perry, watch the screen, because when I get into these articles, that's what I do. I get into the articles. You there, babe?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Entry said I can't get to the link. Everyone has it. Are they actually showing something, or are they saying they got something and talking about it? Go ahead.
I'm being told that they have like a mock copy of what they think that's going to be said, but they said there is absolutely no copy of it. We wouldn't get a copy unless the judge released it. And so they don't even have a copy. That's what I'm told.
You got to update their back.
Okay. They're back. Sean Combs in brown sweater is poring over documents with his attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, then stands up to talk to Agnafilo. The judge comes in and says, "All rise." He's back on the stand. Garrett goes, "Back in 1406, Mr. Combs writes to Paul, security knows to let you in the back, right?" This is more text messages. So anyway, what's the name was telling me, those were mock jury instructions. She said absolutely beyond a reasonable doubt that those were mock. We'll see. Let me tell her. She said, "Oh, do you hear that, Perry?"
Yeah.
Wow.
It sounded like it rolled fast though. You got to update.
Hold on, sorry. Okay, it says, Combs says, "Just stay P. Not listening to your music or making love with you. Partly Rose. Whatever we are saying back to 1406, August 12th, 2023, he writes, movie night was off the chain." They're just showing that these people were not forced. Okay, let me see what she said. Hold on.
And that's the part they trying to oversell. I mean, and everything, yeah, I get it. It's based on your opinion, how you receive it. I don't look at it that way, you know. Some people, yes. Because if she didn't do it, he wasn't gonna pay the rent. Coercion. Or she had an OnlyFans, she had other means. And I think I heard somebody say it can't be coercion if you had other means to do it, to handle whatever it was, your own bills. But and she did.
This is crazy. She said this is all the stuff is, she gives me a list of stuff that is supposed to be AI. And she's accusing who of telling the public that this was real instructions.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think a lot of them ran with it. People ran with it, but you know, we can't find a true copy, and just to run with something that's just out there floating around that may not be true, it'd be a waste of time.
Anyway, I was reading an article. This is crazy. You know, I think that the media are going after the bloggers, and they need to. Here we go. Oh, he's just saying that the judge. I mean, what Diddy's doing, going over some paperwork. They should have had. This is what I. Okay, I know it's a law, not just for this trial, but it would have been nice if cameras were in the courtrooms. I know this is just a federal law, but it's easier. Like if you're watching the Johnny Depp case, just to see
Right.
how a person says something, look at their facial expressions, not being confused with AI. And AI is playing a bigger role in our society. It's getting kind of scary. It's getting real damn scary. Let's see. I still don't feel it's coercion. Just because you tell somebody you ain't going to pay their bills, that they didn't go and do something like that. That's a choice. All right, let me go back to my article.
And he wasn't her husband, none of that, to have to be forced to pay her bills. She had her own means to pay her own bills. She had a baby daddy that was giving her child support that could have helped towards the bill.
I'm going to reread these last paragraphs. The prosecution alleges that Combs protected and aided by staffers conspired to commit and cover up crimes such as ex trafficking, kidnapping, arson, and bribery. Based on the testimony and evidence presented, prosecutors have suggested that Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, and his head of security, Damian D. Rock Butler, were heavily involved in this alleged enterprise. Neither Coram nor Butler have been publicly charged with any crimes. Former personal assistant said they would stock hotel rooms with lubricant snacks and illicit substances for freak offs, which the government argued required trafficking women who couldn't and didn't consent to these acts and paying male escorts to have sex. Um, he goes on to say some of Combs' former employees said they witnessed Combs DV his girlfriends. Several said Combs would get violent with them. One former Combs staffer, Capricorn Clark, said she was kidnapped by her boss twice. Clark alleged that in 2011, Combs showed up at her home, disheveled and carrying a gun, and ordered her to accompany him to the home of actor slash musician Kid Cudi. When they arrived, Clark said Combs and a security staffer broke into the home. This was powerful testimony. Kid Cudi, who briefly had a brief relationship with Ventura in 2011, enraged Combs testified at the trial under his name, Scott Muscudi. Muscudi collaborated details about the break-in as well as a separate incident a couple of weeks later when Combs allegedly attempted to, I don't know if I can say this word, pune the car, okay, with a Molotov cocktail. Most of the ex-employees who testified expressed admiration for Combs, who they say inspired them and promised to advance their careers, but they also feared him, accusing Combs of using physical force, intimidation, and threats to get his way.
You got to update.
Let me refresh. I must have a delay. Can you read the update?
Yeah, there it goes. She says, so we tried something new tonight? Question mark. He says, call Italian. She one hotel roof. Good. For
I,
drinks. Huh?
I got it. I know
We-
you don't like to read out loud.
yeah, yeah,
Garrigle says, September 19th, 20. Garrigle says, she says, so we're trying something new tonight. He says, call Italian. She, and then one hotel roof. Good for drinks and light bites. Smiley face. Kiss face, right? Question mark. He says, baby, I'm stressed out. Garrigle, she says, I'm back to mommy mode. Garrigle says, September 19th, 2023, the correspondence to many chats we looked at yesterday. Pull up at 1407, not one by one, he laughs. Go to page 48. I just want to highlight a few things I didn't think were in the chart. He says DX 3187, Combs right, headed to the ATL. Also, too, I learned yesterday, and nobody disputed it, is Diddy was on a substance called Cialis. This is a uh, same thing as the blue pill. What's the blue pill called? Viagra. Same thing as Viagra. And sometimes he would have a freak off here with this person, then he'll go have another freak off with another person the same day. It's crazy. I hear those things last, pretty long. He definitely has an sex addiction. All right. Let me go back to this article. Most of the ex-employees who testified expressed admiration for Combs, who they say inspired them and promised to advance their careers. But they also feared him, accusing Combs of using physical force, intimidation, and threats to get his way. Eddie Garcia, a security guard contracted by the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016, said Combs and his chief of staff contacted him to secure hotel footage showing Combs DVing Ventura. Garcia gave Combs a USB drive with the footage from the hotel camera in exchange for $100K cash, which was split between Garcia, his manager, and another employee. Now, this was really, really wild, right?
Mhm.
To even for the boss to even take any money in exchange for the videos. Wow. But it also shows what I was saying earlier. Once that image is in your head, you look at Diddy a different way. Now, whether anybody's willing to admit it or not, it's just truth. Right? And Perry, you still don't look at him a different way, right? Yeah, you have to say that he was a monster when he be putting his hands on people. And that video was not a good look, even though you're not to use the video as explanation or evidence for the other stuff, but it's just human nature.
I'm saying I agree with you. Like, because I'm one that could see it on both sides. I could see his flaws, his bad behavior, and I could also see their freaky behaviors and their willingness.
Yeah,
You see,
yeah,
so I mean, we
yeah,
can have different opinions,
yeah.
but I'm not just picking and choosing one side. When I'm pointing out flaws, I wouldn't charge them. I think it was consensual on all sides, from the entertainers to the women to Diddy filming in the corner. It was all consensual to me. That's how I would look at it.
So what Judge Wood says, shaking my head at Wayne. When Diddy actions affect the community or public to become a RICO question mark, and people partners do tell when do and don't want to have schmecks. Cassie would testify she had no choice. She said even when it was that time of the month of her, she had no choice. But we got these conflicting text messages.
Right. But
Same.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yes, but Cassie didn't have that in the text message that she had no choice. She said, I thought I
Right.
wanted to, I wanted to make him happy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I wanted, and not to even throw shade on her to say she want to be a gold digger. I'm just saying you can't crucify somebody else for your own thoughts. You see what I'm saying? Maybe you thought wrong. Maybe you could have said no, but you didn't. So at the end of the day, I don't, like I said,
It's a
all
lot.
different.
We're
Yeah.
just taking it all in so we can really think about it. It says the defense pushed back that these allegations by attempting to distance Combs from some of the alleged crimes. Through vigorous cross-examination, they also attempted to chip away at these witnesses' credibility, questioning their recollection of events and Combs' influence on their choices. And that's going to be, it just depends on who you are. That's what I think. It goes on to say Cassie Ventura and Jane were ex-trafficked by force, fraud, or coercion, prosecution alleges. The government's ex-trafficking charges against Combs, which each carried sentences between 15 years and life in prison, center on Ventura and Jane, Combs' former girlfriends, both described freak-offs, also known as hotel nights or king nights, in graphic detail. According to their testimonies, freak-offs were closed affairs involving male dancers that sometimes lasted days. The women testified that Combs coerced them into freak-offs, which typically involved taking substances to keep them compliant, and that he dictated how the acts would go and when they would end up, all while watching and sometimes recording the encounters. This is just what we're saying. You got them testifying saying they were forced. You got text messages showing that they weren't forced. I'm glad I'm not on the jury.
Yes.
I'm glad I'm not on the jury.
Plain Justice says, legal note, the government highlights Cassie Ventura's testimony about being beaten and fearing the release of S tapes as proof of coercion. This is 100% coercion, my brother, number one brother, Perry. No, I mean, if you was to believe that, yes, if you believe she was in fear and all that stuff, maybe. I don't feel that. And it's her testimony. It wasn't in black and white. It's something that she said. And I think she also said that she seen Diddy dangle somebody over a rail. Did you see that? Now, I have the right to question whether I believe somebody's full testimony. Do I believe she got beaten? Yes. Do I feel like sometimes she could have been in fear when he's beating her for her life? Yes. But do I think she was fearful not to leave? Do I believe fear kept her from leaving? No. It's her status being on his arm is what kept her from leaving. That's just my opinion.
It's kind of can go both ways, y'all. It could go both ways. Because I see what the other side is saying. They're saying, like, if she didn't do what he said, we seen the video here. No, go back here. I wanted you,
Okay.
Wayne responded to you.
Oh, okay. I don't see it.
Because you took it off the screen, sir.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, go ahead, read that.
Oh, he says legal note number 2.
Number 2.
Government also emphasizes Jane's testimony that she felt obligated to perform sexual acts because Combs was paying her rent, suggesting financial coercion. Again, coercion. Okay, take the word coercion and go and look it up, Wayne. And I think I did. They said that you can apply that, but oh no. I watched Dennis Byron's show, and they had a law professor said that the defense would show to get rid of that coercion is that it's when you taking advantage of somebody who was destitute, didn't have nothing else. They feel like this is my only lifeline. She was making $50,000 a month off her OnlyFans. So why does she feel like she had to get the extra 10,000? Why she got to get the extra 10,000 besides greed? I get it. I mean, because hell, it seemed like, and she was probably enjoying it, but not to get it. Well, look, coercion. She had money. She got child support from her other rich baby daddy. Then she could lay on her back at home on OnlyFans and get the 50,000. And some question this. Like how late, I mean, now was she really forced to go on these rampages with other men? Because even when they broke up, she can be in her own comfort at home making this money, picking the men she wanted. But maybe Diddy was getting exotic ones she liked, and she wanted to go on these rendezvous with them, whatever, and these trips. She come across as money hungry to me.
Damn.
Bad, because the only reason she get mad at some other girl when she get a better purse. She got a better purse than me. You go and sleep with Gina. Now, whoever, Nisha, or whatever it is. But look, let's keep it real. Coercion, look it up, Wayne, and let me know. Is it other things that must apply when you putting this charge out there?
Now, let's pretend we're in the deliberation room, and I'm going to present the other side. Does a regular street walker or dancer enjoy doing what she's doing? She's caught up in the life, right? So do they really, are they really thankful because their pimp is telling them to do this and that? They're caught up. That's the way that lifestyle is. And yeah, you got to do it. And you might say you enjoy it. But if you don't do it, there go that tape.
And that was a streetwalker, and that was probably her only means to get her next fix or
something like that.
Pay her bills.
You're right.
But I just told you, $50,000. If rent was $10,000, she could have paid her own rent for 5 months by doing the same acts that she says she was forced to do with Diddy on King's Night. It's just not making sense to me, and I'm not here to play this game. Well, you coming up with all kind of words that just
I'm doing what do they call it? Devil's advocate. You gotta do both sides. You gotta do both sides.
I would not put the streetwalker and her in the same spot. I just would not do that.
Well, because does the streetwalker enjoy doing what she's doing?
No,
it's
probably
easy
not.
money. It helps.
I'm saying probably not. It's probably to get her next fix if she's hooked on something, or just to try to take care of her baby herself. I'm just saying, and I get it. People can feel that way. I'm not looking at her that way. It seemed like this is how she's been making her living. From the baby daddy now to Diddy. That's just my opinion about it. So no, and I don't think they had the same situation. She wasn't walking on no corner. She probably had a driver.
Y'all calling me out there, but I'm presenting the other side, and that's what they're going to do in deliberation. They're going to go back and forth of why they think their case should be, why their position should be voted on beyond a reasonable doubt for all 12 people. And that's what's going to happen. And,
you get an update.
Okay.
Maybe 2. Just check the 2-minute one too. It's one at 2 minutes. Well, unless he just talked.
It's weird. Yeah. It says Jane writes, Daddy want to see mommy be bad tonight? /right? ? Slide the D in me at the restaurant. No water emojis. Yes? ? Agent says, right. Garrigo, she writes, I'm going to blow your mind tonight. Can't wait to lick it. I don't know if I could. I don't want to get in trouble.
Right.
And question. Now.
Well, see, Wayne, my brother. Do that sound like coercion?
Oh, Perry, stop. Perry, stop. Wayne knew you would say this. He said, if they hold it over your head, absolutely. Women are victims of DV, are trapped in a corner, period. What he's trying to. Mhm.
I understand what he's trying to say. If they feel like this their livelihood, or if I don't do this, I won't be able to survive.
Perry, I got to go one more time. I'll be back.
Okay. But Wayne, what I'm saying is true in some cases. But do you seriously think this is a situation? Don't you get to look at every case by case different? Because we can speculate, and I would say, yeah, I can agree with you. I feel like sometimes people feel like they have to do things, but we both are speculating. So with this one, Wayne, I'm gonna just be straight out with you. I mean, you can't sense gold diggerness that she's a gold digger. And then, did she have the need when her and Diddy was sort of broke up, right? When they was broke up, but he's still paying the bills, right? Did she have to go and hook up in Vegas without Diddy? Was she coerced then? Was she coerced when she was meeting up with these people by herself, or was she just having a lonely night and needed a little actual healing? So I'm just saying, like, let's not pick and choose what we want. And I get it. Law is one thing. I am no attorney. Don't try to play one. I just rather play a juror, because that way I ain't got to get all to the fine print. And Wayne, don't tell me. Matter of fact, since you comment and everything, Wayne, if your boss kidnapped you last week, would you go back this week? I want to see how far we gonna go. And I know you're not naive. I think you could be hell bent on proving a certain side, and I get it. People could feel like I'm doing the same thing, but you're responding off your um, beliefs. Women who are victims of DV are trapped in a corner. Yes, I get that. Some of them. Some people ain't trapped in a corner, and domestic violence happened to them. It don't mean all of them trapped. Wayne, do it mean all of them trapped? Do it mean all of them are trapped in a corner?
I have an update. Garrigo says, Jane sent more emojis. Drool. She writes, it's sexy here in the hotel. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to run to the freak store. Let's skip ahead to 55. She writes, I didn't have time to do my nails. And he says, question, I didn't have time to do my nails. And he said,
well, my wife blinked out. I don't know what happened. I think she just steady talking. Give me 1 second, people. Let me step out here and make sure she's good.
I'm sorry, guys. It just kicked me out. I don't know what happened. Perry, are you there? Okay, he's not.
Oh, yeah, here. I mean, everybody was worried. They was like, did she have too much baby oil? No, look, Wayne, I get what you're saying. And look, is DV on trial here? Yes, some people are. And I get it. Some people feel like they're trapped and they have to do things. But there's some people who just do them because they want to. Can that be a possibility too, Wayne?
No,
and do you judge everybody with the same thing, or do you check out the situation before you form your opinion on somebody? Go ahead.
I feel like you are harassing the witness.
No. Wayne know I love him. And he know that we're here for it. Because the whole thing is,
I got an update.
He don't have a dog in the fight, neither do I. Go ahead.
Garagos, let's just quickly look at this. This is just Jane and Combs? Question mark. Sierra Sella says, correct. Gara goes, line 913, September 30th. Jane writes, I love you, baby. Have a great show. This, comma, I won't repeat here, laughs. There's no location entries until February 8th, 2024.
Okay.
Also too, not just Jane kept telling him she loved him. We got Mia saying that she loved him. We've got Jane, Mia. I don't remember if Cassie ever said I love you. Can't remember.
Yeah, I'm sure she did. Or put it out like that. And he probably told them he loved them too.
Told who
Seemed
that?
like all of them was just lying. No, for real. Even Diddy. So I'm not just saying the women line. It was a toxic relationship. Everybody was in there for what what they needed for themselves.
Mhm.
Diddy needed a side chick that was a freak. Hello.
Damn,
He
Perry.
did not make these women mothers. You notice that?
Yeah.
Sometimes you got a fast car when you want to go speeding, and you got a slow car when you want to go cruising.
I can't.
Okay. No.
Something wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. Now let me keep reading so we can refresh our memories and have these type of debates, which are really healthy. Also, to Perry, it's 12:30. He didn't mention what time they're going to break. Oh, you saying that they're going to break for
Remember,
good?
yeah, when the prosecution finally rests, but I think he's up to February 2024, so I think he should be wrapping it up soon. And then
Is
the
that
jury gonna get an extended break, probably to tomorrow. So we
so we
might be
might
out.
go home early today? They
What
might
now?
stop early. They might
Yeah,
stop. Okay.
they're gonna come back and talk about that Rule 29. Well, after the prosecution rests, but like we said, that judge ain't gonna let them. More than likely, if they got grounds, maybe they can argue, right, to get some charges dropped or whatnot. But we'll see. We'll see.
It says Ventura and Jane both describe Combs as a charming figure, but Ventura, who dated the hip hop impresario on and off from '07 to 2018, was signed to his Bad Boy record label, alleged that Combs groomed her and threatened to stifle her career if she didn't meet his demands, including freak offs. Combs' physical DV of Ventura, as shown in the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video from 2016, also compelled her to participate and ultimately planned freak offs, the prosecution argued. Eventually, he used recordings of the freak offs to blackmail her, Ventura alleged. So that tape is very important. They're saying, even though this isn't a DV case, that she feared that would happen if she didn't do certain things that he asked her to do, which one included the freak offs. Right. How do you explain her setting him up and acting excited about it and saying, can we use this one and that one? They're going to say she was fear of the video, which everybody claims was one of the most horrible things we ever seen. Listen, you guys, I have to play devil's advocate because this is going to happen in the deliberation room. And so, and it's a form of me and Perry going over both sides. All right. Because y'all are getting out there with me thinking that you just love Diddy. No, I'm playing devil's advocate. Go ahead, Perry.
And I would just say this. Yes, people can see this, like him dragging her, laying hands on Cassie. Nobody condoned that. And I always got to say that because people want to twist it later. But that's the DV case. He's not here for that. But
you're not here for that, but it's going to stay in their minds. They know.
Right. I get it. And once people see that, that tape's going to stay in their mind. And then these text messages would stay in people's minds. Well,
Oh.
I'm so afraid of him. Child, I can't wait to S that D. Right? I can't wait to. I just, look, people, let's keep it real. And people also going to look at it. Well, yes, because you do got Waynes in the world. People are afraid, feel like they backed into a
You're
corner.
gonna leave Wayne alone.
No,
Keep
I'm gonna ask
going.
Wayne this too, though. If they were so fearful,
Wayne, you must have hit a nerve because he's responding. Go ahead,
yeah,
Perry.
because he did question 2, 3, and 4. You know,
Wayne, you must have said something that was correct, and he don't like it.
this is my legal note number 5. Wayne, if a person was so fearful to leave, wouldn't they be fearful to cheat?
What?
Question mark. If she was so, you can't convince me to think that she was fearful. I couldn't leave. I had to go back and take his stuff because I was afraid for my life. But then you was afraid to walk out that door and give up your status. But you wasn't afraid to cheat with Kid Cudi. Child. And then you went past that. People that he brought them in to do a record with you in the studio, you couldn't keep your hands off him.
Who was that?
Kid Cudi.
Oh, okay. Kid Cudi
Right.
and
then
Michael B. Jordan.
he get you a trainer to stay fit. Off his dime. You can't keep your hands off. Now, you wasn't afraid to cheat with these people? So I'm just saying, people can have their opinions, but damn. Don't tell
And
me on one hand, I was worried, I was trembling, I was afraid. But boy, soon as Diddy leave, let me just take it all off. Come on, Kid Cudi.
Oh, Perry.
Come on,
Perry. Now you crossing the line. Now you
no,
Perry,
look.
stop.
Diddy was a freak, and so were they. That's all I'm saying.
Let me keep reading because Perry's a mess. So what did I leave off? Eventually, he used recording studios of the freak-offs to blackmail Ventura, alleged. Witnesses who worked for Combs, as well as those in Ventura's inner circle, supported Ventura's account of Combs' DV during their relationship. You got to admit to that. Of course, what's his name? Damien testified to it. It's a lot. Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, testified that she felt obligated to perform in the freak-offs, especially once he began paying her rent, part of an informal love contract where he agreed to give her $10,000 allowance a month. This went exclusively to her monthly rent, which Combs is still paying, she said.
Okay, now do you find that laughable?
Mm.
I do. She felt obligated to continue these things out of fear that he wouldn't pay her rent. Well, she got a rich baby daddy that's giving her child support.
But they don't know that. The jury doesn't know that.
No. I'm talking about we just judging the evidence because I know she's not on trial, Jane.
Okay.
Wouldn't she have felt obligated to take care of the baby that he was sending you child support for instead of out here freaking? So don't have me believe you felt fear because you was obligated. You feel like you was obligated. You wanted to go. You wanted to make the hustle.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make the cash. Stop lying. That shit is not being forced, Sharrell. And I know you got to play the other side.
I do, because that's what's going to happen. But go ahead.
Wayne got to have somebody on his team too.
Wayne, sorry, he just messed with you.
I'm just playing, Wayne, because we're gonna find out what happened though.
Hold on. Here we go. Garrigle says, Christina Combs asked Jonathan Perez, how does he look? Question mark. you could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar. So I think he'll be asleep soon. Now, can we turn off the public screen? Question mark. The public screen has been turned off this whole time.
Mm.
I want to reread that. Garrigo says Christina Corum asked Jonathan Perez, how does he look? Oh, they're talking about Combs. You could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar. I wonder what kind of substance that is. A full bar. So I think he'll be asleep soon. It's no doubt he was definitely an addict. Definitely an addict.
Okay.
And it's a miracle nothing happened to him, Cassie, or any of them. The amount of substances they were taking, combining them, mixing them, and it wouldn't be a surprise if we found out that he walked around with IVs and Norcan. And so your buddy Bobby said Norcan, Sharrell, is just used for opiates, but he was taking that too. I mean, he's on everything but crack. So if I'm willing to believe that he took everything but crack, maybe he had a little crack is whack. I make too much money to drink, to smoke crack. Remember Whitney Houston said that?
I was sniffing gasoline.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm just saying for real. Yeah.
And what if he's doing that stuff Kanye's doing? Kanye is going, you guys, we got to pray for Kanye. Sniffing laughing gas really destroys brain cells. We got to pray for Kanye. I'm not even judging Kanye no more. Kanye could not be with us. They taking all this stuff. And why are they combining? Why can't you just get your substance of preference? I like crack. I'm going to stick with crack. You can, but why are they all over the place?
Because like I'm thinking that your body can become immune to something. You know, like if you take one type of, even what's that for pain, Tylenol or whatever, just over and over. Maybe you get to switch to a different brand.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I'm making this stuff up. I don't know.
No,
but
it sounds about right. It sounds about right.
So maybe
when you're doing everything,
when you're doing pharmaceuticals, and then you're like, oh, I did this. Well, it ain't really getting me there. Now it's taking me 2 hits when it used to only take 1. Let me try something else. 1 hit of this does it. And then they get creative. They start making cocktails. They start to mix it.
Which is so dangerous. Are you crazy? It's so dangerous. And I'm thinking, what if Kanye, it's just a thing I'm tossing out there, or Diddy, what if they smoked crack and the first thing crack does is mess your teeth up, and then Kanye go to the dentist to get a new set of teeth, and the guy give him the laughing gas and he even fell in love.
Sharrell, how about this though? Can't wait till the Idaho 4 case. That's at the college where that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Should we cover it? I don't know. We'll think about it. Hi, Bobby. Bobby seems to be an expert on substances because he said
he's a street pharmacist.
A bar is like 2 milligrams of Xanax. No, because he also was telling me that the Norcan was for opiates. Is Xanax an opiate? I don't know. Is that an opiate, Bobby?
He's a pharmaceutical.
I don't know. You're not gonna mess with Bobby. Bobby, is Xanax a opiate? For the longest, I cannot say that word, opiate.
I know when I see it, I just say Oprah.
Oh, Bobby says no, it's not. They're taking all kind of stuff. I'm wondering too. You can OD on a lot of stuff, but the things that they admitted to in this case was mushrooms. That's the mushrooms, Xanax, MDM, some initials, ecstasy. What did she say? It was she took to go to sleep. It was just all kind of stuff. I can't remember, but they have mentioned about every drug there is to mention. It's dangerous. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, I don't see nothing yet.
Okay, so I'm going to keep reading this so we can go over these in details. The government position that Combs deceived Jane by enticing her with extravagant trips, gifts, and promise of a real relationship, then pushing her to do freak offs. Lengthy text messages between the couple show Jane had repeatedly voiced her frustration with Combs over the years. Combs responded by gaslighting her and threatened her to end the relationship and the financial support. According to her testimony and text and audio messages, Combs was violent with her only once. She said after the fight, Combs ordered her to do a freak off, she testified. During cross examination, the defense used explicit text messages and comments from the women to suggest that they were willing participants in Combs' unorthodox sexual lifestyle. Combs' attorney also highlighted the opportunities the women had to leave these encounters or the relationship. The physical DV was mutual in these toxic relationships, but not evidence of ex trafficking, the defense argued. Let's go over the defense's explanation one more time. The defense used actually explicit text messages. So these text messages of her expressing, I do not want to do it. I'm frustrated. I don't want to do it this night, whatever she said. But then they have other text messages of her saying that she couldn't wait to do it. Judge says, chat, say it loud. 2 kicks in the ass and drag 10 feet. Starting to lose steam with me. What y'all think? I mean, these text messages can be damaging, but it depends on how you look at it. It depends on how you look at it. If I can't stand Diddy, and I know that he puts his hands on women, and he keeps threatening Jane that he's gonna not pay the rent and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It can, okay, Perry, it can be looked at as, oh, update?
Yeah.
Okay. Garagos, here, you have flight records for Jane going from LA to Miami 5 days before Combs post IG video, right? She says, right. Now, a phone call from Anton to Jane, 0 seconds. What does that mean? He says the clock starts at ringing. It means somebody didn't pick up. I mean, I hear your case. There's going to be another side. Our question is going to be, can you get 12 people to take Perry's side or the opposite side? Because it only takes one.
I don't think so.
It only takes one, y'all. So everybody has to be in sync. They're going to go back and forth. And sometimes, too, if you tell the judge, we can't come to a decision, go back and think again. No, seriously, haven't you seen that? Go think about it again. No. So this could be a grueling process of just going through the evidence. It's a lot, y'all. It's a lot. And y'all, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen when they deliberate. It'll be a luck. It would be just the luck of the draw. If they came in first being sent to the deliberation and it said, hey, does everybody think guilty or not guilty? And then vote for the same thing. I don't know why Perry laughing.
Wayne.
It's not going to work that way, huh?
Wayne, he ain't agreeing with me and he ain't agreeing with me and Judge Woods. So, let's see. He says, Wayne update. When the jury finds Diddy 100% guilty on all counts, Perry will smoke not one, 2 packs of cigarettes back to back. Like he's great for something. Judge Wood will be somewhere beating a woman. Damn.
Oh, hell. Not DV and a woman, Wayne. Come on, y'all.
Oh,
Oh,
period.
wow.
Buy your Marlboros. Look, that's why I love this chat. Because look, let's keep it real. Neither one of us know what's gonna happen, but hell, we got an opinion. And my opinion is all of them was consenting adults. Toxic as hell, right? But that's what happens when you go into a crack house. Do you think it's all peaceful? You know what I'm saying? I don't see it that way. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, in life you got people who live in fear and fearful about something, and then you got right down some people who just want it. Sorry, Sharrell. I know you got a headache.
No, I'm okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but look, let's just see what happened. Like, they may have a case in a couple days.
But let's talk about the thing that I don't think anybody can argue, right? I'm going to read this about crossing the state lines. Okay. It says related to ex trafficking counts, Combs also faced 2 counts of transportation to engage in dancer fun. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The P word, which each carry a 10-year maximum sentence. Combs' drug-fueled freak-offs allegedly involved X acts with male participants and occurred in hotel rooms around the world, including in New York, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, Turks and Caicos, and Ibiza. These male participants were recruited, okay, hold on, y'all. Before we talk about the transportation, we got to update. Gurgle says, we don't have the public screens on, so play this video. We hear audio. Beautiful day like this, a bass playing. Gurgle says, that was June 2024, right? Sierra says, right. Garicos, let's play more video. Oh, 3 jurors. Devices are now playing. Okay, so they're listening to audio.
Okay. And then I was going to tell you this too, because now they up to June. Diddy went to jail September, I think, 2024. Right. So they got to be closing down and coming to the end of the cross.
So you think it's going to be done today?
Well, I think they'll finish the cross and then they'll come and redirect if they choose to do so or whatnot. Then the prosecution will go ahead and close. Then I think he's going to let the jurors go because they might start that motion. What is it?
Something 29.
Rule 29, motion 29, whatever.
What is Rule 29? Let me see.
It's just where they come out there basically and say, hey, the defense, we don't feel they prove beyond a reasonable doubt this.
That's when they're going to ask for the mistrial?
Yeah. I mean, to drop some charges, do whatever, something to that effect.
All right, so let me explain to you guys this. Rule 29. Here's the definition. Rule 29 refers to the federal rule of criminal procedure 29, which allows a defendant in a criminal trial to request a judgment of acquittal. It's standard. They're going to ask for acquittal, mistrial, whatever you say. Means the same thing. They're going to ask for this case to get tossed out, but this is common. Most likely they're not going to get it because they've come this far, but they have to do. They don't have to do it. They choose to do it, but a lot of attorneys choose to do that. And they are going to give also a list of why we think this case should be thrown out. But it's not going to happen.
Right.
I don't think. It's not going to happen, but it's just a procedure that they have to do. Go ahead, Perry.
Can you stop Wayne, please? So now he don't hear Judge Wilson. Now I was waiting for the perfect comeback. Next up is Wayno. Look,
y'all are a mess. Y'all having too much fun.
You gonna give us a day Wayne, and we're gonna be back with our response tomorrow morning.
So you're saying most likely Rule 29 is going to take place tomorrow, right?
Well, no, I guess they'll start today.
Oh, wow.
I mean, because what is almost 1:00 back there.
Mhm,
I don't see this going another hour. Then they just dismiss the jury.
mhm.
You know,
Well, this is interesting, but at least it's the end. Now, seriously, y'all, this jury has a lot to look over. They have a lot. I mean, and sometimes when it's not real clear cut, but this next one I wanted to talk about was clear cut. We know for sure he gonna be found guilty on transportation over state lines. We know that for sure. Well, Harry doesn't know it for sure, but
I don't
that
know. I mean,
that for
they're all
sure.
irrelevant to me. I mean, they lost me at Rico. So
Wow.
in the same way you said this, Sharrell, you said this. If a person just took Cassie's video, they can just carry that over to no matter what you say. When they tried to overcharge him and didn't have confidence in if he was trafficking, taking over state lines back and forth like he's playing tennis, when they didn't do that, I bailed out. I'm not going to be a Wayne. I'm not going to be their supporter or something like that. No. Go ahead. Sharrell, I'm checking for an update. See if make
Okay,
sure
it
we
says
don't.
Combs is accused of transportation to engage in S acts with the dancers for hiring a male escort. I just said it. Damn, for freak offs. Related to the ex trafficking counts, Combs also faces 2 counts of transportation to engaged in
Volleyball.
no, what's another word for the P word? To engaged in paying for sex. There we go. Which each carry a 10-year maximum sentence. So he's looking at 20 years just for that because it's 2 counts. Combs substance fueled free calls allegedly involved X acts with male participants and occurred in hotel rooms around the world, including in New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, Turks and Caicos, and Ibiza. So this holds a maximum sentence in itself of 20 years.
Yeah.
That's still serious. It's very serious.
Well, it's serious if you want to place that charge on a man and his woman fly across state lines, have a nice dinner, a nice room with a red light in it, have a little entertainment, and get busy. That's trafficking.
It's not trafficking. It's called transportation of engaging in.
He can't take his woman across state lines and get and have a moment with her.
Not the woman, it's the dancers.
Okay, well,
so if they reside here and you keep calling me and you ask me to come to, I don't know, Montana, then that's crossing state lines. Yeah,
it's crossing state lines for you to show up and dance to entertain.
Right.
I can pay you for that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And once she finished doing that, one thing can lead to another. Everybody understand the underlying thing when a person say an escort. 9 times out of 10, a person didn't just want you to escort them to the prom. They want to do the boom boom later.
But that's illegal.
Well, no. But okay, it's illegal if you got it that way. But I'm just saying they can't, they ordered this from a business. Okay. And that business was Cowboys and Angels. So ain't nothing happened to them. You probably could pull them up now. And
you're saying that if Diddy gets found guilty in that, then they should close down. Why are they letting the business?
They purchased, they sent for them for entertainment.
What
entertainment?
That's illegal. That's illegal.
No. I mean, not if they're coming from Cowboys and Angels. It's a catalog.
On no planet except for in Nevada that I know of is boom boom legal.
No, they ain't selling boom boom. They didn't get paid for Boom
Oh,
Boom.
so you want to reword it and say they were just dancing?
They got paid.
When they testified, illegal acts took place.
They got paid through the company, and maybe they could have got tipped later. Don't you tip your waitress or waiter?
What?
No,
I'm trying
just
to
saying,
listen to you. You're rewording it so they can get away with it. But no matter how you reword it, when money was exchanged,
they haven't showed me any other proof. Now, look, at the end of the day, yes, we know what happened. They was over there doing this, but since you want to be so technical about all this over state lines and stuff like that, where did the money go to? Did this money go to Cowboys and Angels? A credible business? Yes, it did.
It went to the Punisher.
No, they got tipped.
Your boy got a comment. Oh boy.
They got tipped.
Sharrell, Pat, pay attention to the language. It said, okay, that's what I'm saying. He's rewording it. Judge Wood, he's rewording it to say that these people just went over to the dance. Now we know that's not true because they testified that it was not true. No. They testified that the act took place.
Right, and then read what Judge Woods is telling you.
Okay, Sharrell.
I know you dyslexic, so somebody if they say this thing, you probably should say no, but you say yes, the opposite.
Sharrell, pay attention to the language. It said trafficking the woman, not the men.
His girlfriend. He can't take his woman out to dinner, out to the beach, across state lines.
No. He's saying that women weren't. Wait, it said trafficking the women, not the men.
And every woman he took, it was like 3 of them. 2, Cassie, maybe 3. Or just 2.
Trafficking the woman.
He basically saying
that they didn't send the women over there to do that.
They was trying to say that he's trafficking the woman, taking her out, not the men that flew in. You know?
I don't know if that'll work, Judge Wood.
But you know what?
I know what you're trying to do. I don't know if that'll work.
At the end of the day, you sort of know the meaning. Now, because nobody's going to spend $500. You done went through a catalog. It's like, damn, she look good. I need this escort for the night. The person don't have to give you no extra favors.
No. This is what he's saying. He's saying that when the men came over, they were with the women. Nobody's with Diddy. This is what I think you're saying. Watch out to see if you can respond. Nobody was with Diddy. They did not sleep with Diddy. They slept with the women. Is this what you're saying? And does that make a difference?
You might have to have, yeah, maybe you got something there too. But and he didn't probably. I don't know.
I've never. Here he says men are being trafficked, but it's not on paper. Well, I guess it's true.
Right. Neither one of them testified they feared and they was trafficked. Look, all of it's messy, and
no. Y'all trying to reword this? No. The whole point is, even if Diddy didn't hook up with the men, and it's only the whole point is that he sponsored an illegal act, even though Cassie didn't pay for it. He paid for it with his money, but he would give it to Cassie to child. Wait, Pierre, go back.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not illegal to buy escorts. You could have SEX for free with an escort, just can't pay them for the SEX.
Right.
And they can't put it in his hands for paying, but they can put it from his bank accounts. That American Express card that they were talking about.
Okay, but from his company, can't he pay for entertainment?
Oh, I can't.
No, from Cowboys and Angels, they sell it. They got a
Perry,
magazine. You can
you
pick
know
what you
what they
want.
were selling. They weren't really dancing. They testified that
They do not offer. Neither one of these men said that they was paid for X. The companies, when they ordering these people, they're calling them up, making reservations. These companies do not sell X. If things go further than them dancing or hanging out with you, that's where it goes, because you're free to do what you want to do in your own personal life. They got paid whether they had X or not. Do you get that part?
it's a twist on words. I'm wondering if it'll work. I don't think so.
Oh,
It's
it
a twist on
is.
words. It's a twist on words.
Right. I understand how you're looking at it. Yes, from that standpoint.
Mhm.
But that's just how it is.
But sometimes twist on words work. Like that they said bought and not paid. Sometimes it work, but I don't know if that's gonna work because they are a legal, open, and operating business. What's it called again?
Cowboys and Angels.
Child. Let me go to the
Mhm.
site. Hold on one second.
And
Let me go to the site.
like, say, when people get married, they got like you can order these people who does weddings and whatnot. Just because they put on the entertainment, then after the facility is over with, they decide to get freaky. Is that trafficking? I
Hold
mean,
on. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute, okay?
mhm,
I'm gonna go on mute, okay?
I hear you.
Okay.
And even though we know what 9 times out of 10 that's going on here, but it's words to proof. Because if you had the proof that they got paid for this and this company sent them over there, why ain't these companies being tore down? You know? Hmm. And you got an update too.
I can't put that on the screen. It's
You
crazy
got an
though.
update. You got an update.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, they gonna charge you per hour for whatever you want, entertainment, dancing, or whatever, right? Just like uh, you know how people might get a stripper for their bachelor party
Hmm.
to come and dance? Go ahead.
Garrigle says, almost done. Please stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I had the best memories. I have just a few. I have just a few to asking about 1409, but bring up 1408. Do you see account transfer 22,000? He said yes. So they're almost done, he said.
Yeah.
So 29 is going to happen today. I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. They at least should start. Yeah.
And then they're going to take a day to think about it.
Well, yeah, I'm
The
not
rest
sure.
of the
I think
day.
they should come back tomorrow and then give the witnesses the charges. Now, I don't know what all that entail. I don't know. And I know
But let me see
EJ,
what
they saying entertainment is not X. I understand that. If you hired a clown,
no, Perry, are you saying if this company is a up and running business, then why isn't dancing a up and legal business? Because
yeah,
both could be breaking the law if it's illegal. Is this what you're saying?
right.
See what I
They're
mean?
not, it's the purpose. You call them for an entertainer. The entertainer comes. They get paid, right?
Mhm.
Entertainment could be just taking you around town, having dinner with you.
But they testified that they knew what they were there for. Sometimes
They said to
Diddy would
dance.
have a mask on, huh?
To dance, things would go on
Harry,
further.
they're not dancing. The
They did
dancers
not testify to
testified.
being trafficked. No, they didn't. They talked about what they did after
Mhm.
or whatnot. I'm just saying, we know why they went. But okay, so why isn't that company being shut down?
Okay, so Perry's got a couple things going on here. He's saying if they're allowed to be a legit legal company, right? And they're not shut down, and they are sending out dancers, then how come if you purchase a dancer and it happened to lead to that, how come they should be in trouble for purchasing the dancer? Now it sounds crazy and it's a twist on words. I'm not sure if something's wrong with Perry or not. I'm trying to think about it. They are up in legal company. Trafficking women, but okay, let me say, hold on. On the paper, it says charge for trafficking the women, but not the men, who more than likely. So you're saying the paperwork is wrong. Hold on, Judge. Let me come back to this. I got to take this. Pound says, if that was the case, escort companies will be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I can ask anyone to have consensual sex with me, but just not for money, which is an illegal act.
Mm-hmm.
It's a loophole to get around breaking the law for dancers.
And I agree. So people really know, they see it for what it is. But being technical, when you can't take your woman across state lines and be intimate later, you can't do that.
I don't think that's going to work, Perry. Let me tell you why.
It could be a reach. I know. I'm
It's
just
a reach, and you know it's a reach. But you're saying if it's there, let's use it.
But if you have to prove something at a reasonable doubt, now have they showed documents or receipts saying, got 2 suit jackets, $472. Did you see anything that say SEX, $750 per hour? Anything like that?
They're saying that the women are being charged with the trafficking, not the men. Well, it's a loophole. I guess if it says it, just the women, not the men.
But the women was with him. Now, then the women.
I don't know, y'all. I don't think that's gonna work.
You know what? Maybe the women is saying they was coerced into it. That's that's where Wayne and everybody want to come up with all this. They feared their life is in danger and all this. But then you see the tape of them just having it like it's 4th of July. Just popping off.
I don't think that's gonna work, y'all. I don't think it's gonna work.
Look.
Y'all seem to think it's gonna work, but I'm not an attorney.
I'm saying it's a reach from the standpoint, but when people want to keep saying just like they was reaching for kidnapping, I guess I'm reaching with this. Now, with common sense, not the law books, common sense saying, we know how it went down. But then that same common sense should say it was all consensual.
But they said that they're charging the women and not the men. The women.
He was trafficking the women.
Yeah, I get it. And not the men.
And as a couple, if they want to have a clown come to their midnight festival, couldn't they have it? And private to their own room?
I guess you can say that. They came to dance, but we're all adults. We know what happened. But you want to go throw it out on a technicality. Well, then that depends on the judge.
Why didn't they just charge him right? If they want to get him for soliciting and trafficking, why they just didn't do that, Sharrell?
I see what you're saying, Perry.
And
But
I know mine's a reach, but what I'm saying is,
I don't know if it's going to work.
for all these technical people out there, the prosecution says to prove it without a reasonable doubt. Have they? They had people testifying that contradict themselves all the time. What they said on the stand, and then their text messages, and then what they was doing in the videos.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. I mean, I get it. Y'all know it's a reach. It's a loophole. Can they use the loophole this time? I have an update. It says, meanwhile, Cohn passes a note to Nicole Westmoreland, still seated to his right, who then whispers to Agnafilo. It says, Garagos, let's get to page 96. Sean Combs' personal bank account records. Total due $74,000. There's an account transfer to the LLC. Question mark. And he said, yes. Let's talk about this money. Is this laundering? Let's talk about this money. This is very important also. Probably one of the most important. If you can follow the money, you can solve the crime.
Right. But this is coming from the defense. They're guiding you here. So wherever they guiding you, I doubt if they guiding you to show that he's money laundering. It's to clear up what the prosecution trying to throw out there. You know what I mean?
Let's just see if it works. It's a lot, y'all. This is a lot. Because I'll be damned if somebody get me in that deliberation room. I'm already tired and want to go home. And they talking about loophole like Perry.
Mhm.
I don't know.
We just have to.
At least they get to go home.
Yeah, we had to maybe agree to disagree, but I'll be home for the 4th. I tell you that.
Oh my.
One way or the other.
These text messages are very important. You told me that yesterday, Wayne, when I was saying that it's so boring. They could have presented it better.
Mm-hmm.
They chose to do it this way because if you say, well, she said that if you would have read the whole thing in sequence, I don't want to do this anymore. What time can I be there? It would have been confusing.
I'm looking for an update. Let me bounce our way out. Let's see.
Listen to this, y'all. This is a CNN update. It says flight records show Jane flew to Miami before Combs May 2024 apology video. Oh, this is before the video. Flight records show Jane flew to Miami from Los Angeles in the days before Sean Diddy Combs posted his Instagram apology video in May 2024, responding to the release of the surveillance footage showing the intercontinental DV of Cassie Ventura. Defense attorney Tenny Garagos confirmed with HSI agent Joseph Cerciello that the records listed in the summary chart do not indicate any evidence of a third-party meeting with Combs and Jane during the time in Miami. You know what's really wild to me is that he continued with the freak-offs even after Cassie's lawsuit. Here we go. Garagos says, Your Honor, can I have a moment? One more video and then we're done. The one that wasn't working this morning. Turn off the attorney screens. You review the metadata. The agent says, which part? Garagos says, that's a great question. Laughs. Play it. They're saying so after this one more video. And we're wrapping it up, people.
And mine's not refreshing for some reason.
Sometimes it's a lag, and that happens to me when I ask you to read it for me.
Yeah.
So it'll be a minute. They're looking at a video anyway. This is the craziest lawsuit ever. Ever. They're going to make this a movie. Watch. It's going to be a movie one day.
Look.
Hmm?
Oh man. Pinky says, Perry, please send me the coffee you be drinking. Yeah. Well, I got some good stuff though. Like it's some good coffee for real. But I don't need it. Like what's going on? It's the prosecution. It's the prosecution. It's the testimonies I had to hear. It's the Waynes that's defending the lack of proof the prosecution put out there.
Don't respond, Wayne.
And then we got KD. I'm gonna say the defense could not find one character witness, not one. Nobody wanted to vouch for Diddy. Tells you how foul Diddy really is. Yeah.
Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July. Guilty verdict. Bye, boy. Okay. Great. They don't need a character witness. They use the prosecution to witness. Hello? Look, the mule. I enjoyed working for Diddy. Did you ever see Jane in a bad mood? No. Did you ever set up King Nights? Plenty of times. What was Jane's mood? Oh, always happy and friendly and loving it.
I can't.
Before, after. Did you ever see her after being depressed? No. And then you see the text. So people, look, let's get it together. It's not this. I mean, what you think it is? Judge Wood says the loophole, paying the entertainment. If Smex happens, it happens. Chat, remember, Cassie words to Destroyer. First time he was with them. Remember that person? He said he would come in and dance and they'll go on to something else. The dancers here, he get paid every time. The company get paid. But how can you say this would happen, but the company sent the people there to work? If a plumber came to your house to fix your plumbing and you paid the plumbing company, but then later after the pipe was fixed, he's sitting there and you're like, I was just checking you out while you was under the sink, but do you want to spend some time? If he did, it was consensual. He adult and you an adult, I guess you can do whatever. Come on, people. People. You know, free Diddy. And they'll try to get him on some of these charges, a little smaller things, ex trafficking or whatever, but I don't even know. But I mean, RICO for me, for real, just a weapons charges, something. And they probably really couldn't get him on the weapons charges because the mule even said he locked up the GUN safe many times. He kept them secured. Homeland Security was useless. You raided 3 mansions, probably was on the stand every bit of 3 people, 40 minutes with no evidence.
I do think that Diddy is going to prison. It's not going to be on a RICO, though. It'll be some other charge that they have. Maybe crossing the state lines, even though y'all trying to see if there's a loophole in that. Sometimes loopholes work, sometimes they don't. But I just think he's going. And so
Miss G Dove says,
it is what it is.
Let's reconvene after the verdict, Judge Perry. Look, hopefully we'll be live when the verdict comes. For sure, we're going to definitely try
for sure they're going to be live, yeah.
So, I mean, we definitely got to talk about it. So,
even if I'm at Costco, I'm going to the car, I'm going live.
And let's just see,
But no, we got to stay home because when we went to try to film that event, and I couldn't get Wi-Fi to work, so I have to one of us has to stay home at all times, okay? Because we got to do the verdict live. And then if we're in different places, if I'm home, you can call in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so one of us has to stay home at all times. Hopefully it's not long, but here we go. We got an update. Garrigo says, thank you, agent. Please go back to keeping New York safe. Judge says, redirect, question mark. Attorney says, briefly, did we just see Sean Combs paying for the travel of Cabral Williams from Atlanta to Florida across the state lines? Garrigo's objection. It's that crossing the state lines, y'all, that I think they're going to get them on. I just feel it. Even though y'all looking for loopholes, that's very hard to get out of. They did the women, charging women, not the men. I just don't see that working. I just don't see that working. I tried, I just don't see it. But hopefully, and so they said that can get him 20 years by itself. So that's sad that they sending him to prison for 20 years. But most likely it's going to happen. Maybe he'll try appeals and all of that. Because there are people that do.
Nothing. Just laughing. Because you making this like some people like. My problem was with a lot of these witnesses. They think something in their head and act like it's real. I'm not
acting like it's real, Perry. I'm telling you how I feel. You sat up here for 3 hours and told us how you felt.
Okay, well.
Can I get a turn? Perry's selfish.
You can have your opinion.
Selfish.
Go ahead and just
I
think
your
heart out.
That they should not send Diddy to jail. I feel that. I don't think they should send him to prison, especially for no lifetime. But the way I'm looking at it, they're going to get him on crossing the state line. That's the one they can't really get out of. And y'all can reword it all day. I just don't feel that it's going to happen.
But are they getting like Judge Wisdom has said, it's according to the paperwork. Are they saying that they trafficked the men?
We'll see if that works. Hold on. Attorney says, do the charts represent every text message in this case? He said no. Attorney, let's pull up messages before this date. Garrigo says, objection, beyond the scope. Attorney, Miss Garrigo's did it. Judge says sidebar. Now they got to fight like cats and dogs, both sides. Because everything is boiling down. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
And no, that was not bribery at the hotel.
I really don't think Diddy should get a life sentence because that's overcharging. I just wanted to state that. That's overcharge. It's too strong. Not a whole life sentence. We've known people that unalive people, but do I think he's going to get it? Yeah, he going.
I mean, people trying to spell that RICO like they tried to spell Mickey Mouse back in the day. MICKEYMOUSE.
It's a terrible case.
Yeah.
Would I had voted for him to go to prison? No.
So you would have to say not guilty, right?
I just don't have a beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. I mean, to all of it. I'm just saying, look, I don't think they proved all these charges. RICO and all that stuff is definitely out. And it's sort of blurred when you're talking about trafficking and all that. Who's been trafficking? It's 3 adults. No minors nowhere. And if you ordered these people, okay, look, let's say this for example. And even if you went through a company and you ordered these people, and then you start reaching out on a personal level, you can't invite a friend over and pay for his travel.
Perry, that's not going to work. It's just not going to work. Also, too, I wanted to say, do I think the justice system is unfair? I do. How can you could be Casey Anthony, unalive your daughter, and walk free? No parole, no probation, nothing. Walk free. So Do I think it's fair that he's going to prison for life? No. Do I think it's going to happen? Because I need y'all to understand 2 things can be true at the same time. Do I think that's what's going to happen? Yes. So, it is what it is. He going. Y'all need to come to terms with this. Woods and Wayne. No, Wayne want him to go. Woods, you and Perry got to come to terms with it. It's just, it is what it is.
Have you cleared your throat yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Done?
I'm done.
I mean, you look. I'm just saying, yes, we don't know what's gonna happen, but it's like a toxic relationship with all these people, and I just truly feel like the government jumped in after Cassie had that lawsuit, tried to build something, need to make a name for themselves. Now, all in somebody's bedroom, on whether you may feel like something's illegal or not, did all this for attention. How they rated those mansions. Think about it, people. How they rated those 3 mansions. By sea, land, and air. Helicopter just landing on top of your crib. They coming in like SWAT Team 6. Red laser beams all over your wall. Oh, that's it. Diddy's going down. They confiscated all the freak offs, all the celebrities. Bill Cosby was even there. Hey, we got all this. When you show up, the only evidence they brought a pair of 7-inch heels, people. Auto baby oil from one. And then they said they found that in a dildo. And then they found cases of baby oil in his garage. Is that illegal? Matter of fact, I feel like they let me down because they didn't tell me who heels they were. That's all you got. And then y'all want to have faith in these people. Wayne got his pom-poms out.
We got an update. Hold on.
He got his little pom-poms out there.
Comey says, in this time frame, did you see my messages between Jan and Mr. Combs that were exo and affectionate in nature? He says no. Attorney, no further questions. Judge, do you rest? Question mark. Attorney says subject to. Judge says jurors, take a break.
What's taking so long to rest, buddy?
I know. Well, why?
All these breaks and stuff.
Would they hurry up? This is getting pretty irritating. Now we're on a break. We don't know how long. We don't know if that's a lunch break. What's taking so long?
The prosecution, nervous, shaking, waiting on to some evidence to walk in. Diddy will be free by the 4th of July.
Okay, it says Judge Subramanian just sent the jury on a lunch break. So let me hear a little. So Perry, what do you think? What do you think? How are things going?
According to plan for me and Diddy, but for you and Wayne, not so good. Look, no, I mean seriously, I don't know how this is gonna go, but for me, I think it's gonna be hard to find 12 jurors to find him guilty.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I mean that's just my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. Not everybody gonna have this kind heart like you and Wayne that sympathize for people who don't take accountability and pull these heartstrings. Oh well, they was so fearful. They was love bombed. Or they
Come on,
they could have been flat out some gold diggers.
Let's hear some other people's opinions. Law and Crime is up and running. I could take a little break and listen to them at the same time. Here we go.
Oh yeah, and I can go out
you
on the thing.
disagree with
So I'm gonna go out and catch y'all in the chat.
100%. I think that with respect to Rico, I think it's a little bit higher, maybe about 65%, but everything else, absolutely.
Melba? Yeah, I'm going to go with higher on RICO, just because of the multitude of predicate charges the jury can choose from. So the more options, I think, in that instance, the better. And I agree with regards to Jane. Very low likelihood, I think, of conviction on sex trafficking. Definitely agree in terms of Mann Act. That's slam dunk. That's done and dusted.
By the way, we just got an update. Prosecutor says to this agent, in this time frame, did you see any messages between Jane and Mr. Combs that were sexual or affectionate in nature? And then the agent says no. Prosecutor says no further questions. Do you rest? Prosecutor says subject to, and then the jurors have taken a break. We'll see if we can get Elizabeth Milner out in time as well. Okay, we got a question here, Jeremy, from Davi Quintella. I've always wondered, can the jurors deliberate daily, or do they all have to keep their opinions to themselves until it's time to deliberate for the decision?
First off, you have to let me go backwards and take those Vegas handicap odds that all of you got to go through.
I'm sorry, you're right. I didn't let you do it. Yeah, your turn.
No, I'm going to bet heavy with assessment is 100% on. It's fairly obvious that we have a strong case on the lower level charges, but the multitude of charges that they can choose from on the RICO is going to just make it very difficult for the defense there, regardless how much they muddy the water on credibility with Jane, because they don't need Jane to find him guilty. And I think that weaves in nicely to the second part of the question, which is, if you don't believe Jane, essentially, and this is probably one of the few places where you can bifurcate her from the rest of the case. And there are other witnesses, people that had drug-induced experiences or substance abuse issues that muddy their memories. And so I do think that you can cleave off a lot of that. In most cases, you can. In most cases, people are inextricably linked to one another. In this case, I really think you can cleave a lot of it. And then the prosecution can have a much more cleaner closing. But when it comes to jurors having that important conversation, it's when they go into that back room. That's the oath. The oath is that they don't deliberate until they go back there. So a lot of these issues we're discussing about credibility, they'll have, and they're going to have day in and day out as a group. But don't be surprised if we hear later, when certain jurors decide to talk, that you end up having these side conversations, right? And I've been trying to get into a jury room as a former prosecutor, as a defense attorney. I got jury duty coming up in under a month, and boy, would I love to be back there. And I talk to jurors all the time. Well, you'll have 2 or 3 people talking, and then another 4 people talking, and 5 people talking, and then they'll start bubbling up and arguing. And so you want it to be organized. But in a case like this, there's so much to go through. There's so much to dissect. There's so much to analyze that you have to imagine there are probably going to be some splinter factions or side conversations. But eventually, that'll all filter into the main conversation once everybody feels like they've had their voice heard, once everyone feels like they have a good understanding of what the arguments between the jurors are before reaching a unanimous decision if they can.
Interesting timing, right? Because it's now being reported per CNN that the prosecution has officially rested their case in the Sean Combs criminal trial. In fact, Prosecutor Comey has said to the court, we've essentially rested. We only may want to move for a few corrections. So what is happening now? Well, Mark Agnifilo, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, is asked by the judge, are you ready to move? Combs' attorney Alexandra Shapiro says, we move under Rule 29, which I mentioned before. Inference is not enough. They cite a case, and they say on count 1, Mr. Combs is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. Basically, again, don't even send this to the jury. There is nothing for the fact finder to decide. You take everything that has been presented over the last 7 weeks. They have not met the burden. So they said Mr. Combs is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. The requirements of RICO have not been met. They have not shown the agreement to violate RICO, nor agreement to 2 racketeering acts. That's interesting, Melba. So they're saying there was no criminal agreement between Sean Combs and others to engage in a pattern of illegal activity, no agreement between him and others to violate 2 of the racketeering acts, sex trafficking, forced labor, bribery, arson, kidnapping. Where do you think this is going to go? You said there's no chance the judge is going to grant it, but I am curious what these arguments are going to be.
Yeah, so I'm just checking my notes right quick because I'm trying to see in terms of the... Okay, so it was intended, okay, the government has to prove that 2 racketeering acts were intended to be committed as part of conspiracy. And they don't have to prove that the defendant is the one who committed it. and they don't even have to prove that he agreed to commit any of the acts. So I think that's where you might have some daylight, is to be able to say, listen, all of these things were done at his behest. He didn't necessarily have his fingers in the day to day. And so that kind of might get around the whole agreement, right? Also, when you say agreement, does it have to be a tacit agreement? Do they have to sit down and shake hands and be like, all right, here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to do these freak offs and I'm going to take the lead. And no, I think the agreement and the conspiracy comes from the actions and the repeated actions, right? Like, not like this was a one-off, but like, for instance, Christina Coram continually booked these flights for the sex workers, continually made sure that narcotics were present for Diddy for everything that he needed, continued to kind of intercede whenever Cassie was freaking out and wanted to leave, or, wanted some kind of assistance, trying to keep her at bay and all of that. So I think there's ways for the jury to be able to come to the conclusion that the defendant, Diddy, is guilty of racketeering, meaning, again, if there's a jury question, then the case has to go to the jury. If there's no jury question, it's a different issue. Then,
if you're in need of a car but have bad credit, Complete Car Loans is here to help. Our quick and easy online application takes less than 2 minutes to fill out, and you'll be pre-approved in no time. We work with a network of in-house lenders and buy here, pay here dealerships throughout the United States that offer bad credit auto loan programs to buyers so that you can drive away in your car today. No matter your credit situation, we'll do our best to get you approved. Apply now at CompleteCarLoans.com and get on the road to a bright future.
What makes up a criminal enterprise? You don't have to be a part of the LLC or the INC. It's anyone, it's his staff, yes, but it's anyone who is affiliated in such a manner that they become a part of the enterprise. Could Jane even be part of the enterprise? Could Cassie be a part of the enterprise? And she was signed with Bad Boy. But these are people who are so enmeshed with Diddy and his businesses that they are part of the enterprise. I don't think that there is a question that there is a criminal enterprise. And to what Melba was saying about the conspiracy, you don't have to sit down and agree. Like, we know when we think of criminal conspiracy, we think of 2 or more people sitting down and saying, hey, we're going to wear masks, we're going to buy these guns, and we're going to attack this bank, or we're going to attack this 7-Eleven. You don't have to do that. It doesn't have to be that obvious and explicit. There are tacit conspiracies. And I think that's what we have here, agreeing to book these hotels, agreeing to set up this transportation. And something I think also, if I can talk about Jane and how we don't need Jane to get these convictions, but I say we, oh my goodness, the prosecution doesn't need Jane to get these convictions. I think what Jane's testimony shows is his growth. I think by the time he got to Jane, he was very organized, and everybody on the team who was involved in his peculiar tastes knew what to do. And I think that's one thing of many things that her testimony showed, is that he has now gotten to a place where he already knows the resistance that he's going to get and from the alleged victims, and he knows how to execute. He knows how to get the rooms. He knows who he wants. He knows what to do and say to get them to do what he wants them to do, and everybody is on board for that.
Got another update from court. Shapiro says there is insufficient proof to establish this 20-year-long conspiracy. Mr. Combs did not conspire with any other person. They say an inner circle of bodyguards, but they failed to show it. There's only thin proof they engaged in crimes. Jeremy, your reaction?
I think, just like Afi was saying, when Diddy is the obvious beneficiary and essentially the main beneficiary, the only beneficiary of this organized activity, it makes it very difficult to say that all of his underlings that were preparing these freak-offs, that were flying people places, that frankly were paying off or accepting bribes to not release video, which they did, that they weren't working in concert with each other. And like Afi said, it's not like the cartel, right? And I've defended cartel members in federal court, and you get voicemail messages and cash drops and stuff like that, but they can't even prove that everyone knows each other. You do it by the surrounding circumstances. You do it by judging people's actions, people bringing cash to a certain house. They may not know what drugs are being picked up or the quantity, but their job is to drop off the cash. And here, everyone in his organization had a job. And that was something the prosecution, I thought, actually succeeded in showing, is that their credibility only matters to a certain point, because when your job is to organize the freak off and the freak off gets done, That's it. It doesn't matter what your opinion of it was. And I think that's why, to Afi and to Melba's point, the deeper we got into this trial, the more it crystallized this idea over time of Puffy's maturation and growing this enterprise.
Yeah, you know what they're trying to establish, prosecution, is essentially it's like the mafia, right? And he's the boss, and he had underlings, and they were carrying out crimes, and he might not have, committed the crimes himself, but there was an understanding about what was going on. It was to benefit the family. It was to benefit him. You benefit him, everybody else benefits. But they are poking holes in this. And I have to tell you, these arguments are really important because we're finally now applying all the evidence to the charges. We are getting a sense of what closing arguments will look like, particularly for the defense. And we're going to hear from the prosecution too. They're going to respond to this motion as well. But I'll give you an example. So Shapiro says, at most, these were personal quantities of drugs. They used a lot of Astroglide and baby oil and drank maybe some drugs. Jonathan Perez said hotel nights were personal time with a female. Brendan Paul said hotel for the night. David James said he saw a naked man in the hotel room, but thought that wasn't part of his job. The sex with Cassie Ventura and Jane sometimes involved third parties, but they were not booked by staff. It brought them closer to Combs. That idea, Melba, of saying this was all personal, that it wasn't Sean Combs using his businesses or his bodyguards or his inner circle to facilitate this, that's how they try to get away from racketeering, right? They say it wasn't part of this criminal enterprise, a common purpose. He's a celebrity. He engaged in some behavior, but it's not a federal crime. And they're, at the very least, they're saying it's not racketeering. What do you make of these arguments?
Well, it kind of flies in the face of the evidence because I think we all remember when the security guard from the Intercontinental Hotel was testifying and talking about how when that trade-off for the tape occurred and the money was handed over, the cash counter was put there and everything else, and his bodyguards, Diddy's bodyguards, were standing behind him as he was signing the NDA agreement. So those bodyguards are not like personal employees. They're part of the broader structure of Bad Boy Entertainment, right? So you have that. You have Christina Coram, again, chief of staff. She's not his personal assistant, right? This is somebody who works for the organization. And she was integral in booking the flights and doing all of that. So, and then Capricorn Clark. So again, it just flies in the face of the evidence. I think the defense is trying to gloss over a few things, but again, that's their job. They got to do what they got to do to try to get this case tossed for Diddy. And again, I don't think it's going to be successful. And
this is an update we just got from court, where it was very clear what they were trying to do with these summary witnesses, saying these assistants of Sean Combs, his inner circle, they weren't a part of all this. He was trying to keep it a secret. Shapiro says, Jane said to Cabral Williams, don't want team to intercept you. And in May, Jane said she had to wait for the assistants to clear out. When KK and the guards learned of Mr. Combs' violence to Cassie Ventura, it's not racketeering. They did not help. So, Afi, I can ask you about this, or I can ask you a question we got from Nest Dog. Can Johnson & Johnson sue Puffy for ruining baby oil for everyone? You want to talk about racketeering? You want to talk about whether or not Johnson & Johnson can sue Puffy? But up to you, which one you want to handle.
I'll talk about the Johnson & Johnson. You can ask me the second one if you like, but I think, kind of like we talked about attorneys earlier, even if you lose, you win, because you show up in court every day, you make a good effort, you do, you make proper objections, you do your research. And, even like, let's look at Brian Steele. He came on this case because we know him from the YSL trial. Even though he didn't get a not guilty verdict, he got something favorable, right? But it wasn't just a clear win. So you always win. And I think the same can be applied in this situation with Johnson & Johnson. Look at us. We're showing Johnson & Johnson now. All press is good press. This is, $100 million worth of press that they don't have to pay for. And we know it's a good product because he used it over a 20-year period. Hello? That's a hell of an endorsement from a billionaire and a mogul. Boom.
Why is Jeremy shaking his head no?
Because the real victim here is Astroglide, because no one's even talking about them. Well, as their lawyer, I should probably note the fact that while Johnson & Johnson and their apparently excellent tube of baby oil is getting that recognition, as the attorney for Astroglide, I'd like to make sure we get the same recognition.
Do you actually represent Astroglide?
In this suit, I probably do. I mean, I'm matching the Johnson and Johnson as we're talking. I mean, I didn't mean to match the baby oil that you put on the screen. It was very unintentional, but it happened today. It happened.
I'm glad we made it happen like that.
It happened.
I just think that Johnson and Johnson I was gonna say, I just think that Johnson and Johnson Astroglide should put some money on Diddy's commissary when he gets convicted.
I mean,
I like the way you think.
Look, we joke around about it, but it's the truth of the matter is this amount of oil, I mean, is it evidence of this sex trafficking operation? It was strange that he had so much on his property. Strange he had him when he was ultimately arrested. Or is this just, hey, he's engaging in different kind of behavior than everybody else? I mean, it's something that was focused upon. And I remember when there was the press conference by Damian Williams, when the indictment was first announced, it was in all of the indictments. It's kind of this weird aspect to it, but the jury has to wonder, is this part of a sex trafficking operation or not? And it's really interesting to make sense of it. You know, Jeremy, I have to ask you, as we listen to what the arguments for why there's no racketeering, you also wonder what the arguments are going to be why they say there's no sex trafficking. And I'm very curious to hear why they say this is not Mann Act violations. We'll get to that in a second. We did get a super chat question. Jeremy, I'll throw this to you. Kelly Bezick says, Kelly, thank you so much. Do defense attorneys do defense attorneys have go-to narratives for these cases? It feels repetitive across other cases.
I don't want to gloss over what you just brought up, because I think it raises an extra point real quick about the baby oil, which is the fact is the baby oil is really important because it shows a level of organization. When someone is hoarding that amount of baby oil, the prosecution is going to say, because we don't want to run out. It shows the frequency. It shows the intent to make sure it's always in stock. And so the defense attorney may do what you just did and kind of gloss over it and say it doesn't matter. But I think the prosecution is going to. And don't forget, in the very infancy of this case, there was that suspicion about whether there was GHB, a date rape drug, and whether that was used in the baby oil essentially to transmit it. And we never heard any evidence of that.
Well, yeah, Cassie even said, I think it was Cassie who said that wasn't the case. So that was kind of
exactly.
disproved. Yeah.
It was 100% disproved. But the important point being is that he complained about it not being in stock. This was part of his regimen, so to speak, right? But to get to the listener's question, I think the issue for us as defense attorneys is, and I think Melba's been saying it all day, you figure out what fact you can hammer and hammer and hammer to beat the beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to talk about witnesses' credibility. You're going to tell your own narrative of how people twisted some of these facts to paint you in a light that's not favorable to you and untrue. But ultimately, you're going to pick those one or two things. I don't care how long the trial is. And as a defense attorney, and you're going to hammer and hammer and hammer on it.
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 92 miles.
Partial County 7938.
Happy Mother's Day.
Co-conspirator, but she only appears in March 2016. Wow, so 12 years in. That's what they say. Interesting argument. Okay, super chat question from Sydney Sexton. Sydney, thank you so much. Melba, will the prosecution have to correct the record on Mia's perjury, as previously argued by the defense, that can help the motion of acquittal? Now, I remember there was a motion where they said that maybe it was Mia, maybe it was Brianna Bongolan had perjured themselves. That wasn't something that I was introduced to the jury. So I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that. Again, will the prosecution have to correct the record on Mia's perjury, as previously argued by the defense, that can help the motion of acquittal?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue because, like you said, Jesse, it wasn't something that was brought up in front of the jury. I believe there was an objection to some of her testimony or something along those lines. And of course, then it goes into the realm of closing arguments where, again, both sides will say, listen, things were a little hectic during that time. There was a lot of drug use. She was traumatized. And I believe this has to do actually more so with Brianna in terms of the timeline as to when she was dangled over the balcony, and the defense coming back and saying, listen, we have receipts showing that he was in a whole different state when you said that this happened. So, but again, she came back on redirect being like, I did not lie about anything. Maybe the dates were off, but I didn't lie. So I don't think that there's anything there that the prosecution is going to have to correct on the record for the jury. But I think they will need to refocus the jury's attention in closing to say, listen, Brianna got up and talked about the traumatizing experience that she had. Granted, this was a long time ago and there was drug use, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen, or something along those lines. You have to smooth it in a way that doesn't draw excessive attention, but the defense is going to get up and hammer her credibility in their closing. So you need to address it to kind of take the sting out of it.
Update from court. Shapiro says there's no evidence between the breakup with Cassie in 2018 and the beginning with Jane in 2021. Even for a RICO conspiracy, they have to prove a single agreement. It hasn't been done here. These are arguments that we were talking about would be made by the defense. We've been talking about it for the last 7 weeks. I think it's fascinating, Afi, that they mentioned KK. They mentioned Christina Quorum, that she is the main co-conspirator, but she only appears in a limited context. They didn't bring up so far that she wasn't called as a witness. But obviously, we all thought that that's what the government's argument was, right? That KK is the main co-conspirator here.
So to get a conviction on this racketeering conspiracy, do you need a main co-conspirator, or do you need all, or even just a few of the co-conspirators? I think you just need a few. I think KK would have been great to testify, better and more impactful than these summary witnesses, but we don't need her. Again, I feel like I'm trying this case. Also, aside from the sex trafficking, you've got the kidnapping, you've got the prostitution, you've got the drug acquisition and transportation, you have possibly arson, you have so many things. You don't need KK. And also, can we talk about the Astroglide and the Johnson & Johnson really quickly?
I thought we would never get back to it. I'm so glad you did. Let's talk about it.
Doing favors here. I'm just thinking, I do want to know what it was for. And like it was mentioned earlier, nobody asked what it was for. But I want to know, why didn't they ask Jane, and why didn't they ask Cassie to testify? Does he use this in his personal regimen? Is there a reason that he needs to have it on hand? And I will submit that they couldn't even answer that, because they were only tools to his personal peculiar proclivities. They didn't know him intimately, so they didn't know what he was like at home.
I mean, I think they're basically saying we all know what he was using it for, Afi, right? He was using it for these sexual episodes, whether they're freak offs or wild king nights, but it doesn't make it a crime.
But not moisturization. I really want to know, did he?
How much dry skin does he have? I mean, that's yeah, of course. Well, here's what's interesting. As we're listening to these arguments, you do wonder, Melba. We got a question from Casey. Who do you think is going to do the closing for Diddy? Again, I say the closing is so important in this case. Who do you think is going to do it for him?
I'm somewhere between Tenny Garagos, because she has been pretty much the lead and she really has done some killer cross-examinations over the course of this case. I think that she really has that 30,000-foot view and would deliver a very impactful closing argument. So I'm between her or Brian Steele, because he brings the funk, right? He comes and he brings the style, he brings the swagger, he's entertaining and all of that. And you're obviously going to want your best person out there doing this closing arguments, because again, we all know this case is going to rise and fall on closing arguments. So I'm somewhere between the two of them.
Got an update from court. Shapiro says, even if the court denies this Rule 29 motion, some should not go to the jury. Under the California law, the government had to show that the information was about to be given to law enforcement. Back in April, you found lack of probable cause. I think what they're saying, Jeremy, is something to do with, obstruction, bribery, tampering with a witness, right? I still say, if you talk about an underlying crime of racketeering and you talk about Eddie Garcia, the hotel security worker who was essentially paid to hand over the security footage of that beating from Sean Combs to Cassie Ventura, that's one of the more straightforward underlying predicate crimes that the prosecution should focus on. I don't know if this is exactly what Shapiro's referencing, but do you think that there was substantial evidence of obstruction or bribery or tampering with a witness?
There 100% was. And I don't think that is going to be really up for debate. There's no counter narrative that's been put before the jury to explain some of that activity. I mean, it was obviously a cover up. There's been other incidents that you haven't even mentioned where he's engaged in attempting to cover up his behavior. And so that's all going to the jury, right? And that could also be one of the main driving factors in why he may choose not to testify. Because if Diddy doesn't take the stand, then at least the narrative from the defense team is that they can paint it however they choose. You know, one of the things about lawyers, and this may sound a little ridiculous, is if the defendant doesn't testify, we can say whatever we want to about the case. We can tell whatever story we want to. We can tell multiple stories or multiple interpretations of how we have viewed the evidence or how the jury should view the evidence. But once you put Diddy up there, you're forcing the jury to choose between narratives of what Diddy said and what the witness said. And that's a really dangerous place to be as a defense attorney, because then your client has to be credible. And so if he gets on the stand, a lot of that obstructive behavior, that interference, ends up becoming fruit of cross-examination and is very dangerous territory.
So, okay, well, we got an update from court. Shapiro says, Mr. Combs was seeking to avoid negative publicity both for himself and Miss Ventura. There was no police involvement. The guard who testified said Miss Ventura did not want to report it. Miss Ventura said the same thing, as did Kerry Morgan. Again, another pivotal instance going back to the 2016. Was it him, Afi, trying to cover up a crime, or was it him trying to avoid negative publicity as a celebrity?
Can it be both? I don't even think that we can even consider Cassie saying that she wanted him to do this, or she encouraged it, because we've already argued that she has some sort of battered woman syndrome or Stockholm syndrome, or she was under the control of Diddy. So I don't even think that's even a valid argument. But I think it's both. I think it's him covering up a very obvious crime. And also, he's a public figure. This would destroy him. As we've seen, it has destroyed him since it's come out. It's destroyed his image and his ability to do business. So I think it can be both.
Melba, update. Eddie Garcia said the money was for the video, nothing more. Miss Ventura appeared on FaceTime and said she had a movie coming out and didn't want this video coming out. The NDA permitted Garcia to report to law enforcement. So again, they're attacking this underlying predicate crime of bribery or tampering with a witness for racketeering. They're really getting granular, as they should. They're making compelling arguments. You don't think the judge is going to be persuaded, though?
No, I don't. Because again, even though that NDA allowed Eddie Garcia to go report to law enforcement, was he going to? Right? Because it's not like they sat down with him and an attorney. Let's go line by line. Let me explain to you what this NDA means. Here's what you can talk about. Here's what you can't. He literally signed it under duress because he had two large security guards that were not letting him out of the room. And there was a money counter and everything kind of giving you Scarface vibes. I mean, he's signing this because he just wants to get out of the room and get this over with. So them kind of relying on that argument that, he chose not to report to law enforcement is very much akin to, well, she being Cassie, not to report to law enforcement because, whatever, no crime occurred, or she was trying to avoid negative publicity. No, she was in the throes of a domestic violence relationship, and there were coercive factors at play. Same thing with Eddie Garcia. While there was no relationship, he was basically coerced into signing that agreement. So the judge is going to see through that, and it's not happening.
Okay, final point. Give it to Jeremy. What do you think the prosecution is going to argue in response to this motion?
They're going to argue that they've called sufficient witnesses, they've put forth sufficient facts, and they've made a prima facie case. And I don't think they're going to have that big of a mountain to climb here. I mean, the bottom line is that even if the defense team has muddied the waters to bring up credibility issues for Jane or bring up credibility issues for Cassie, we all agree, all four of us, that there isn't a debate as to transporting sex workers. There isn't a debate to transporting Cassie and Jane, even if you don't believe her as to some things, for sex. And so once you distill this down to its very, very like you said, the granular form, I don't think the prosecution is all that worried at this stage. I think where they are going to be worried is making sure that the jury understands racketeering, and that to make sure that when the jury goes back, they don't always have to agree on what the predicates were, so that there's not confusion about things that really is not their job to decide.
Final update from court. And by the way, I say final. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to get Elizabeth Milner on as soon as we possibly can, because she's been in that courtroom. But Combs' attorney Shapiro says on obstruction, they have to show intimidation or threats to hinder or delay, cites a case. There must be consciousness of wrongdoing. Here are the incidents involving Mia and Jane. On Mia, there's not actus reus, meaning an action that fulfills an element of a crime. So listen, we're going to continue to monitor this. We're waiting to get Elizabeth back up. I do have to sign off my fantastic guests, Afi Patterson, Melba Pearson, Jeremy Eldridge. Thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate your insights. Thank you. Everybody out there, thank you for your terrific questions. Again, if you have questions for Elizabeth Milner, get them to us. Thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate your insights. Thank you. Everybody out there, thank you for your terrific questions. Again, if you have questions for Elizabeth Milner, get them to us now. Once she comes on, we're going to ask her. We're going to continue this live stream for you. And by the way, before we take a quick break, if you're interested in more about the Diddy case, if you're interested about more about what's been happening every day, we have Long Crimes Hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, I host it. It's back right now. I want to show you a quick
Okay, so they playing a commercial, everybody. We'll be right back. No. So anyway, people, now we actually heard what these attorneys saying. They saying there's no way in H that the judge is going to get rid of anything. We start to feel the same way. Well, I do, because he always gave the prosecution, the prosecution, the benefit of the doubt and kept everything on there. So we'll see. At least we getting close to the end of this thing. See what we got. Yeah, we will see. We have all this go down. Okay, let's see. But these people act like, oh no, the judge is in the prosecution pocket. That's what it sounds like. But I would just say this. Oh, what I got this. Judge Wood shaking my head. Eddie was coerced as well. The word of 2025. Yeah. So it is crazy. It's almost like they're so excited that we don't need much to prove this, because that's the problem we saying with these RICO charges and all that. They're setting it up where they can use these things on anybody. But for the people, yes, go get them with this. Today is Diddy. Like we said, now I don't know who's going to be next. Is it Kanye next or whoever? Jay-Z? We don't know. But one day, once they get enough, it'll be down to the local streets and your neighborhood, my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. It's crazy. And I don't know what they got. I'm waiting on that girl to come back up to talk about let's see. That the one lady in the courthouse. She'd normally come out and talk. And they just going at it heavily. Oh, no, this ain't the way it is. He's guilty of all of it. He don't proven that. Now, when you go back to some of these things and they talk about bribery and all that he got in the way, he interfered with law enforcement. Was never no charges there. Cassie said she had a movie coming out. She didn't want it out there. So we can say the guy was coerced into selling him the tape and all this. And like Judge Wood said, that's the word of 2025, coerced. Stockholm syndrome. You know, it's a way that people can finesse things to come out to their liking. That's what it sounds like to me. Is that we sitting here and people creating all these words, kidnapped. I mean, all these things are just crazy to me. And then now they're going back to little people giddy up there on the stage, wanting a moment. Oh, yeah, he definitely tampered with jurors. I mean, with witnesses. Where is your proof? We've been hearing that it's been celebrity freak off. All kind of celebrities from Hollywood been there. You ain't seen none of that. You also heard, oh, baby oil was laced. Then the one lady, I would like to know why he had so many bottles of baby oil. Because he wanted it. Is anybody counting the dresses in your closet? And whatever you might have in your drawers in your house? I mean, you might have all kind of things in there. Are we counting those, young lady? And you coming across a little too nosy. Almost like you want to attend the freak off. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. Why so much baby oil? Is his skin that dry? Do you want to be lubed up? Might be the question. It just might be the question. Because it sounds like you coming across a little desperate. Little desperate. And let me see. Okay, so now they just showing a picture of outside the courthouse. I guess we just waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting on her to come up. Let's see. And I guess they don't have sound when they just showing the front of the courthouse, do they? Okay. Well, no, they say he's waiting on the girl to come out. That's what he said, but okay, Moon God. I mean, if this is what you want to say, you said Diddy is guilty. Just accept it, Perry. Look, I'm talking about, it's fine if they found him guilty of something that he really did or got them all. Like I said, for me, I feel like it was a group of adults. All of them was living foul. Then some cried about it because the breakup, that was Cassie, and she wanted to be better than the baby mamas when she was just a 304 and sort of knew it, but it elevated her. Then she got jealous of Miss Miami and all this stuff, so she acted a fool. So now here we are, they mad. They all came from that little room, that sell nothing but pharmaceuticals, all of them suited up and wasn't forced neither. On their own, but people want to say, oh, he got them addicted. Oh, he made Cassie like older men. She dated one before him. Stop making excuses. And then dumped him. So she used the one guy, I can't remember his name, used him. He was 10 years older. Lied to him, so she's calculated. Oh, she got an event, but she down there with the red lights on with Diddy. And then she stayed, didn't go back. Told the guy, well, I don't know if this is true or not. The clothes I left at your house, just mail it to New York or LA. But I'm gone. I ain't coming back. But it's just crazy. And I doubt if this judge is going to do anything because let's face it, he ain't did nothing yet that help out the defense. Now, he did something. He removed juror 6. Don't forget that. Bye-bye, juror 6. Prosecution want it. Now, when it come down to juror 7, nah, I think I'm going to let him stay. Come on now. You got alternates. Why not do the right thing? If it's a problem, if it's a problem. Let me see. Y'all not getting a lot worse. No, a lot. Oh, Diddy has done a lot worse. Okay. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, I'm not saying Diddy's clean. I'm talking about these charges. That's all. No, I'm not saying that. So I'm not sure if you knew coming in. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about how they trying to present it to be this RICO. Now, you come in with a list with a whole dictionary of laws. We only need 2 of them. And then you finesse that. Why were they meeting with all these witnesses over 20 times? Just ask yourself that and be for real. If you're going to allow people to use these RICOs on anybody and everybody, and then meet with these people to set the tone, to set the story, and if you're giving people immunity, I would almost be that's coercion. If you don't say what I want you to say, boy or girl, you going down the river. Now, let me sit you down here for over 20 visits and make sure you understand what to say. We need you to say this because so I can spell out RICO. This is just too much for me. It's crazy. This is crazy. Oh, yeah. Somebody says Juror 7 must not have been a black male. No, he wasn't. Nah. And then they couldn't remove him because the next guy up, the alternate 13, no, say no, his number would have been 14, would have been like a younger black guy, maybe 41. But even saying all this, I'm still sticking to how I feel. You ain't gonna find 12. I don't believe you're gonna find 12 jurors to hit Diddy up with these RICOs. A lot of people could see through the mess. A lot of people ain't just new. Ain't no babies on the jury where you could actually say in the neighborhood, we see fast girls all the time. You see them sneaking out the window from across the street to go out, cars pulling up down the road, them running to it, all kind of things. But just trying to keep it real. We'll see how this whole thing go. But let me see, who's this? Coco Bean, RICO where? I don't see the RICO. But if you hear these attorneys, these analysts on TV talking about it, oh, you should have been seeing these months and months ago. It's all over the place. It's right in front of your face. If you want to make it up and convince these people it is, but I don't think they're gonna get 12 jurors to do it. I just don't see it. But now this is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But the defense, I'm sure they still not gonna bring up no witnesses. But when this I guess Rule 29, when they finish discussing that, because I think to the prosecution get a chance to say why all these charges should stay, I guess, because that was the defense speaking first. But I'm wondering if he's gonna come back with the girl out the courtroom. That's who I'm waiting on. And yesterday I heard jurors were falling asleep. That probably would have been me too. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd probably be in there asleep. Especially with that boring ass stuff yesterday. It was boring. Boring. And then it sped up a little bit when the defense did the counter. Because it was some good stuff they was putting out there. But let's see how this whole thing go. We will definitely see how it go. I'll make sure I ain't got no more updates. Oh, and I don't know why. Which one is mine? Let me see. Okay. Oops, no, I don't want that. Okay, Perry. What somebody say? Neek says he paid more than 50,000 for their silence. Why do that if you're not doing anything wrong? Well, I guess if people got an embarrassing tape of you and you're a public figure, um, you might want it to keep it quiet. But where's the bravery though out of it, or extortion, whatever we don't want to call it when you trying to avoid being prosecuted? It was no charges. There was no charges. So what are you trying to avoid? Or is it that people just trying to make it be something that it's not? Okay, Wayne, I see what you're saying. Let me try to see what the updates. Okay, yeah, hold on, give me a second. Yeah, I think Wayne just said we got to update. Let me grab some more. You want some?
No, thank you. Okay, hi everybody. Okay, let's get to it. Okay, refresh. Okay, here we go. Shapiro says, anyway, we think the statute is unconstitutional and forced labor. The statute was meant to enforce the 13th Amendment. It is used for domestic workers here legally or nor forced to work in squalid conditions. Shapiro, these are the able-bodied U.S. citizens perfectly capable of leaving. When they wanted to leave, they did. What the two were most afraid of was losing their job. With respect for Capricorn Clark, she continued to work to show she hadn't stolen it. They're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I don't know why this is up here. Here we go. Shapiro. Oh, I read that part. Shapiro, not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Capricorn Clark said, Mr. Combs told her to get the F out of my house. She says that was crossing my boundaries. She got a higher paid job. I mean, listen, these witnesses, there is proof that they lied. It's evidence that they lied. Now, will the jury take that into consideration? They're supposed to. If you lie on a stand where you took an oath, that should be, in my opinion, grounds for a mistrial, or at least acknowledge that you lied so they don't go back there not realizing that you weren't telling the truth. Shapiro, not being paid overtime. I got that. It's not forced labor. I mean, we'll see how it goes. But that would be huge in any other case. If a witness lied, I don't see many judges just overlooking it and going on to the end. Hopefully he'll mention it in his, when he gives the jury instruction. Also, too, it's kind of weird not telling them why a juror was released. They could take that to mean anything. So they're claiming the reason, I don't know. I think it will backfire on this judge if he's not fair. Any other court case, that's huge. That's important news. Cassie the Con and the Immunity Girl Wolfpack of 304s of illegal aliens and Revenge of Gold Diggers. Oh, wow. Interesting. Are you Perry's friend? Like, that's how Perry's friends talk. This is a mess. Put this incompetent judge on there intentionally on such an important case. He was a judge 8 months. 8 months when they asked him to take the case. He's only been a judge 2 years. He works at the Southern District of New York, where 47 just fired 46 attorneys. He doesn't want to be 47 to be fired. I think all that comes into consideration. Especially if you lie with immunity. Like, why did I give you immunity? Oh. Somebody showed up backstage. I'm getting ready to. I don't know how you got back there, but you gotta go. Did you see that, Perry?
Yeah.
Who the hell was that?
I don't know.
Scared the shit out of me. What was I talking about? I done forgot.
So it looked like you got an update like 32 seconds. Hold on, make sure he's talking about.
I got it. It's Shapiro. She alleged wrongful termination, presumably because she wanted to stay. Then 50 Cent, with respect to Mia, she had a higher GPA. She got her later job with Madonna. So the elements are not met with them either. The jury has to be out. They mentioned 50 Cent by name. So
Yeah.
she worked for 50 Cent too? Capricorn Clark?
I think she could have.
Wow. It's like a fishbowl. They all know each other.
Mm-hmm. That's the benefits you get when people say, "Oh, well, you was his assistant." It's like building your resume.
Right. Let's see what you guys are thinking, because it's getting, if you give somebody immunity, that's so they can tell the truth. If you get on there and lie anyway, there should be some type of punishment. And that's just not for this case. That's every case in the United States. How you gonna lie and then they just gloss over it?
And I think, yeah, it's crazy.
Callie says, because you don't want them to sell it to the press and make money off of it for themselves. They still could have called the police. What about the gold diggers?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm more upset that the judge keeps showing major favoritism. At least address the fact that they lied and then either
You got to update.
allow the offense to clean it up, but to act like it didn't happen. Shapiro says on kidnapping, there's insufficient evidence as to 2 of the 3 allegations. Even if you credit the U.S. witnesses, Capricorn Clark, and the lie detector test, Uncle Polly took her to the building. This does not satisfy New York law. Mr. Combs didn't know. Did we know about lie detector tests?
Yeah, remember they took me in this 7th floor, 8th floor, overlooking the river.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Well, because this has been a long case. A lot of witnesses. I don't know how many. I should look it up.
At least, well, at first I was like, well, I only had like I was going through my head last night, about 3 or 4.
No.
And then I started adding more. I forgot about them. You know, they had the hairdresser. Mia was a personal assistant. You had Cassie. Then you had Cassie's friend. You had the one girl who lied about the frying pan.
That's her name was she's famous.
Yeah.
Dawn Rashad.
You like her? Yeah, she lied about the frying pan though. I just tossed that in there. And then Vanna.
I mean, you told. I think that was the biggest lie. The man wasn't even in town, and you can't let the jury know that.
And then when they did the redirect, she said, maybe I could have been nervous and just didn't. You had the right dates, but it was close. But you said you took a picture the next morning. They had the metadata there.
Yeah.
So you either lying about that then, or maybe you just blame it on the pharmaceuticals.
Now, look, Perry, this is everybody on the stand. Flores, Daniel, Cassie, Yasin. Oh, I remember that. Don Rashad, Carrie Morgan, David James. That's the assistant that
The hairdresser, right?
was he was a clean cut college student. And then he became a drug pill popping little Diddy. Regina Ventura. Oh, that's Cassie's mother. Sheree Haynes. Okay. Gerard Gannon. Dawn Hughes. That was the woman that was supposed to explain DV. George Kaplan. Scott Muscati. That's Kid Cudi. And I like Kid Cudi. Mila Morales, that's the makeup artist that got together with Cassie, and I think it was Banda, and the makeup artist after after Cassie's testimony got together and talked about the case. Frederick, oh, that's that guy in the hotel. Joshua Kraft, Capricorn Clark, Christopher Ignacio. I remember him for the fire. Lance Jimenez from the fire department. Dante Nash. That's another hairstylist. The other one's a makeup artist. He's a hairstylist. That's the one that was he didn't want to testify. He was short and crass.
And Sherrell, let me say this real fast.
Mhm.
The inner city press says, I noticed maybe this motion is triggering too many comments. Then he came back 10 seconds later and said, hopefully it will fix itself. So maybe we might have a problem with the updates, but we'll see.
Well, let me go. Should I transfer over to Jules?
No, I think you might be fine now though.
Okay. Perry, beyond a reasonable doubt, they're going to make a movie out of this.
You got an update on the main.
Hold on, I have to refresh. Sometimes it takes me a minute.
Yeah.
Is it Shapiro? We went willingly every day. The other, Cassie, at the London hotel, she says she was taken there and held there for several days. California law has 4 elements not met here. On arson of Kid Cudi's car, no evidence. Mr. Combs was involved. They're pretty much, it's really weird, you guys. The defense is pretty much mirroring everything Perry said. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, they're mirroring the things that you said. Here we got another update. Shapiro, on count 2, Mr. Combs would have to know. I'll focus on his men's area. It's about what he understood, how he could understand. Cassie said she did the freak offs to make Mr. Combs happy. She didn't communicate reluctance. Look at the text messages.
For sure.
Harry, that's really weird. They're saying some of the same things you said.
And then the people on Crime and Law was saying everything Wayne was saying.
Oh, did they really?
Well, yeah. I mean,
what did they say?
Oh, that it's a RICO closed
It's just a
case,
RICO?
like when Wayne said it's been proven.
Yeah, again, I wouldn't have voted Diddy to go to prison, but it's going to happen. You know, it's if you look at the bigger picture, I don't want to do it again because y'all can't handle the bigger picture. But No, we're gonna start seeing this RICO over and over and over again.
Right. No, for sure.
Hmm.
Because it's like, anytime you prosecute somebody, as a prosecutor, you want to be able to win. So you get to find these charges that give you a lot of room to operate. So you throw 50 things at them with all these definitions and predicate acts and all that stuff in there. Then there you go. We got you for something, jaywalking. That's a crime and all this. But for real, let's keep it real. They coming out there with all these allegations. Yes, it's testimony. People coming on. Kid Cudi ain't worried about his car. He didn't press no charges on his car. They ain't found out who did it. And nobody ever said Diddy did it. You can assume a lot of things. It could have been an ex-girlfriend. Hell, it could have been Cassie. Because she's like one of those women that want guys to fight over her. We don't know. It could be all of it. But at the same time, Diddy did a lot of stuff. I'm not saying that with all this freaking going on, that they should get a citation for 304. There's a lot of stuff that's going on out there in the street.
Beth says, I'm asking a legitimate question. P. Diddy should take the stand. He can clarify and discredit these witnesses. Why not? Well, Diddy took the stand, I believe it's like 23 years ago when Shine was being accused of pow-powing Natanya Rubin.
You got an update.
I don't know. On the main?
Yeah, on the main. I'm sorry.
We're
Yeah.
getting them in really slow.
It's like a minute. It might be a minute.
Here we go. Shapiro. In the Intercontinental, the fight happened after the night of SEX, and there was no SEX after the violence. The video seemed to show that Mr. Combs, after he gets the cell phone, just sits in the chair in the elevator lobby. So no men's area.
Right. And you know what they're sort of talking about? The same thing I was talking about in the hallway.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
When they want to say kidnapping, right? She wasn't restrained. Yeah, he did drag her. It was DV involved, right? But he came out, got his bag, marched to the room, came back, and give me my cell phone too. And while he was in a towel, he was in the shower. So I guess when he was in the shower, she was taking stuff out. He ran down, not justifying nothing he did, but just saying that as far as the kidnapping, people want to think that he drug her back to the room to force her to do a freak off. That's not true. So who was kidnapped? He didn't restrain her. He didn't keep her from seeking help. She called down and had somebody come upstairs and then left and went home. And no charges was pressed, huh?
We got an update. Hold on. Shapiro says, as to Jane, she engaged in XEX for economic benefit. For example, the house. There was only one incident of violence, which I'll get to. The fraud theory is deficient as a matter of law. Turk's trip ultimately happened. She wanted to go out to dinner. Let me answer this question for Beth. Do you think Diddy should take the stand? He took the stand so many years ago when he was accused of pow-powing someone in the face. And they said he did immaculately. That was the reason that he got off. That was a stroke of luck. I've seen over and over again witnesses that take the stand always regret it. You could be nervous. It could come across a certain way. You could really be trying to plead your case. It could come across a certain way. I think it's a very risky move to put the witness, the accused, on the stand. I don't know how it worked so many years ago, and maybe it'll work now. But if I was the attorney, I would say, hell no. They can read into things, then you get cross-examined, which allows them to bring in other issues. No. Harry, what would you do?
I
You
mean,
think he
for
would take
real,
the stand?
no. I mean, I don't see where he can gain anything. His character is shot. Like Sharrell said earlier, when you see that Hall video, whether she was kidnapped or not, drugged back to the room or not, we seen the DV. We don't heard the other incidents that happened through some of the other testimonies. He had a bad behavior. Him getting there ain't gonna help him out. If he got there and said, "Oh, no, it didn't go down that way," who gonna believe him? Let's keep it real in the jury. If he go, "No, that ain't what happened that night," probably nobody's gonna believe him. And then
Too. If you
once he
say,
put him on, go ahead.
if you say something,
Whoa, yeah, she blinked out. She should be coming back, hopefully. I think he was out on bond. I don't know.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Also, too, if he says something like, do you put your hands on women? No. Just that one time with Cassie. Did it? Oh, you know? Oh, you don't? What about the kettlebell? See, it's to bring in other issues with the UCLA cop. Remember, or
Yeah,
coach?
right. Now, what it set up for, if they bring them to the stand just to say that, oh, these girls lying on me, ain't nobody gonna believe them.
Mhm.
I don't think these attorneys that stupid to think the jury gonna believe because Diddy get up there, and everybody got their opinion on Diddy, but I'm talking about these charges. They ain't gonna believe them. So it sets them up for a counter.
Mhm.
Now they get the counter and then really get deep. And then knowing with his behavior, he'll get all cocky or whatnot, say the wrong thing or something. It's just not worth it. When he's paying $3 million a month for these attorneys to have somebody who could frame the story to his benefit. And let's keep it real. When I say frame it, the same way the prosecution have framed this whole RICO thing by meeting with these witnesses over 20-something times and giving them immunity. So they got to pretty much stay with your storyline out of the fear. That's coercion, bribery.
He
Right.
told Cassie she couldn't leave. The security guard set Diddy straight on that, laughing my little hiney off. It wouldn't be wise for Diddy to take the stand because anything you say might be held against you. Defense let Cassie off with crocodile tears. Oh, I do. Here we go, you guys. Shapiro says, this was sweep in a lot of romantic partners. It was vagueness problems. People do this all the time. It's not fraud. Immigrants being tricked into SEX for green cards is different. He's wealthy. Pardon me. He's a wealthy individual, but won't take her on a yacht. I don't know what they're talking about.
Like talking about Jane.
Wouldn't this, and another thing, you guys, wouldn't this have just been way better? I know I keep complaining about it. If cameras were allowed in the federal courtroom, I don't understand why they're not, but I
And
always
you,
like to see it. Here we
there's
go.
no-
Shapiro says he never alleged SEX trafficking of Jane until they found out she was allegedly a circle incident of assault. That is telling. This theory of fraud is incredibly weak. The fight at Jane's house in LA, this single act is not sufficient.
the day she said, now that's the day she was saying that Diddy slapped her in the shower. She had a black eye and she ran away, came back, something like that. But now, the same day she was throwing the candles and glasses at him, but he didn't get hit by the glass, maybe some wax. Now, the incident could have happened that way, people. I'm just telling you, it could have happened that way. He could have hit her, knowing his behavior. But at least Cassie had some kind of pictures, proof of things that happened. This girl is going off, in my opinion, Cassie's silver suit that she had that Diddy settled. and she's trying to put her trifling behind in that predicament.
After hearing Law and Crime, do you still think he's going to get off?
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I mean, like everybody can have their opinion, just like I got mine. And people could think my opinion is crazy,
Just a little bit.
but I'm a human. And I think the people who going hell over heels to prove Rico is crazy, but I can respect it as their opinion. Maybe from their life experiences and stuff. Maybe they had a little Rico going on in their life or something. So
Wow. Something wrong with my husband.
a
Please
little
excuse me.
Rico going on over there, but I don't know. But I don't think 12 jurors is gonna agree because it go both ways. Like I said, ain't no way in H I would bring Diddy on the stand. And I probably wouldn't have brung those line people, but they had to. Out of all these raids, what did they get? Nothing. Nothing. So you got to have somebody on there. So get these women, but let's coach them up. Let's coach them up what to say. Let's give them immunity.
Shapiro says there's no evidence that the dancers came from outside of California. Dancers were paid for their time. Both witnesses said they were not dancers. Phillip and Hayes, they were called entertainers or dancers. Thank you, Your Honor. Judge says government ?
And he basically saying, wasn't nobody being hired for that. Things could have led to other things after, but that's just, it is what it is.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's complicated. It's not an easy case. Can you admit that? It's not an easy case at all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because you can see it and say, oh, no, this guy definitely did something. We got to get him for something. But you also, it's nothing really like if I broke into the store and you got me on camera and you might like, I look just like him. And my phone might bing off a tower and put me at that location. At least you get more of some real evidence. We got testimony, allegations from these witnesses. And not all of them came across truthful. Let's keep it real. A lot of them said things you can like, girl, now you pushing it now. All of them had some questionable stuff going on. So
Yeah, it's a hard case because there's no hard.
Okay, you got an update. Now I think the government is going to do their thing.
Okay. Attorney says there is more than enough evidence, Your Honor. Can reserve on that. If you'd like argument, I like a bathroom break. The judge says I can reserve. Attorney, the defendant should be allocated. Combs Agnafilo, give me a moment.
Now, I don't know what the hell they just said. But
Yeah.
we're going to figure it out in a minute. But
Allocated means a defendant's formal address to court before sentencing. Okay, you want to address the court again. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. And this is what I would say too. Like,
I have a sorry.
Okay, go ahead. No, you good.
Judge says, Mr. Combs, how are you feeling? He says, I'm doing great. I wanted to say thank you. You're doing an excellent job. He's talking to the judge? Yeah, I said it right. Let me redo it. Judge says, Mr. Combs, how are you feeling? He says, I'm doing great. I wanted to say thank you. You're doing an excellent job. Judge, do you understand that whether to testify or not is up to you? Do you understand? He said, yes, Your Honor. Okay, wow. Different.
Yeah.
Nah, he should not take the stand just because he had success with it. I believe it was in 93, 92, a long time ago. No, he has too many other things that they can bring into
Evidence.
Yeah, and now that's testimony. Like, because there was the he took a camera from a photographer from a paparazzi and broke it in half. It was he hit the UCLA football coach with a kettlebell.
Mm-hmm.
He got out of that. He had he got into a really bad fist fight with an executive. Stewart was his name. Stewart. Can't remember his first name. But then they became friends after that. But you still don't. Judge, is it your decision not to testify? He said, yes, it's my decision. Solely my decision with my lawyers. Judge says, thank you. Shall we take time to allow stipulations? Agnifilo says yes.
Okay, yeah, and this is what I was gonna say too, like about like maybe 3 things that we don't went over past. Like, well, maybe about the Mia thing. Oh, no, Jane. Where they were just basically saying that these dancers, when they took them across state lines, it wasn't for the purpose the prosecution trying to say. Remember earlier we talked about all that, and you said
Yeah, it sounds like you have perfected your answer. Go ahead, sir.
I'm only saying, like, it's rules, it's loopholes. Like the government trying to use RICO for something. We got to use RICO, Perry, because the statute of limitations ran out. Well, so now you're gonna fabricate the law to go back to get past the statute of limitations, right? With the DV. Well, they basically saying that we ordered these products, this services from this company that's legal for entertainers, or the other word, so for S. Well, not S. I just say S. And they go perform a service, hang out with you, do whatever.
They're on a break. Go ahead, keep going.
They can do whatever, but then after they get paid, the company get paid. Just like a waitress or anybody else, you might get tipped. Then if they hanging out doing something after that, anything can go down, long as it's consensual. And we ain't seen neither one of them come up and said it wasn't consensual. Have we? Have any one of the entertainers said it wasn't consensual?
No.
Right? So on one hand, no, Perry, you know what they're doing? Yeah. I know what most couples do at midnight. Just saying, like, come on now. Stop it. Stop playing with me. Stop it. Just no things. But hopefully, so if they do this, they took a damn break. You right about that. So, what my buddy Wayne at? Or no, just somebody that probably can answer this question too, because I'm not exactly sure where we at in this thing now. I think they said that so if they can just finish up this Rule 29, he'll do a judgment or whatever on it. What stays, if anything changes whatsoever. But they said they were, huh?
CNN has stopped their live coverage. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so what would happen tomorrow? I heard that they would give the jurors the charges. Is that the right order? And then Thursday come back and do the closing
arguments.
Like 3 or 4 hours a piece. And then hopefully by Friday it's turned over. So is that right? Did they issue charges? And what exactly is that? Would they just come and mention all the charges?
No, they're gonna read like how you're supposed to look at the charges. It's called a word. I am going blank.
Okay.
Yeah, they give you jury instructions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But do they get that before the closing arguments? Or would the closing arguments go, then they get jury instructions? Well, never mind. I can't remember how mine went.
I wanted to read this. It says, defense attorney Alexandra Shapiro argued in a motion for judgment of acquittal that the government did not prove the ex-trafficking charge related to Cassie Ventura, saying prosecutors failed to show that Sean Diddy Combs knowingly coerced Ventura into commercial X acts. Shapiro said the jury did not see any text to Combs that would indicate Ventura did not want to participate in the freak-offs. A person in Mr. Combs' position clearly would have understood that. On the contrary, she enjoyed the activities and did not feel coerced, Shapiro said. She describes Combs' relationship with Ventura as toxic for many reasons and acknowledged that Combs was regrettably violent towards her at times, but reiterated the defense's argument that DV is not ex-trafficking. Shapiro argued that the evidence showed Ventura was not coerced by violence into participating in freak-offs, and that when Combs became violent with her during those events, she left. Judge Subramanian said he'll reserve decision on the motion. Of course he will.
Okay.
But it's really weird that they're using all of everything you said, Perry.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So somebody says closing first. So if that's the case, will they be given, if they finish this up today and the judge do his thing, or even if carried into tomorrow morning, the judge's decision, if he's gonna keep all the charges the same or whatnot, do they go into closing tomorrow?
Yes, they're going into closing tomorrow, and I was told they would be in deliberation on Friday. Now, I don't know if that could change, but that's the schedule they gave us this morning.
Wow.
And you know how Judge Submarinian is about being on time. Now, that's one thing I can say about him. He don't play. See what you guys are thinking.
This case will be over soon.
Thursday is closing. Thursday's closing.
So, like, that's what I'm saying, Mo. But tomorrow is Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Wednesday. They're going to get jury instructions. And remember this special break they're supposed to have?
Well, that's supposed to have been the day, because remember, the defense only supposed to have went an hour and a half. And then they was going to give then they was going to discuss this without the jury, the Rule 29.
But I don't see the special break today. It's 3 o'clock back there, and we're still in court. Yeah.
It wasn't one. And then he said he sent the jurors to lunch. He didn't say he sent them home.
No, he sent them to lunch, and now they're back. So that could be tomorrow. That could be.
Because I don't think the jurors sitting here listening to this motion. I don't think. I mean, this Rule 29.
Is the juror present? Jury? I don't think so either.
Right.
Let me double check.
Well, anyway, I know we're getting close. Close.
Ugh. My face gets so oily.
They took a break 6 minutes ago. I'm just making sure I stay up on these updates.
Okay.
Okay, Pinky said no, the jury's on break.
Okay.
But then, so yeah, he was planning on giving them extended break. But I guess the cross, and then by the time the redirect came along, wow, I don't know why he ain't just sent them home. Somebody says, let me see, free that man. Sometimes you got to take the L. They doing everything but trying to free him.
After lunch, they got to take another 15 minutes breaks, and then another one. I mean, this is a breaking fool, both of them. Oh, y'all still live? I ain't mad. Yeah, we still live. We're almost done, though. This has been a long case.
We still here.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm very weary. Like, I feel worn down. Just, I might not even watch talk anything about court after this for a good month. My goodness. They're all state charges. Well, that's true, but again, Diddy did it to himself. Go ahead.
That's true. Like, that's what I tell my kids. No matter what you do, the justice system ain't fair, but don't give them the opportunity. And half time they're gonna do it with no opportunity. But why give them a reason? And that's what Diddy did.
Somebody said, where was Jane when Diddy got arrested?
Ah,
I don't know. Because I know that he was, when he got arrested, they walked into some building very quietly and just asked him to turn around and put his hands behind his back. And I think he knew it was coming. Someone said at a hotel.
Oh.
Child. That could be true. We don't know. I mean, that could be true.
like you're gonna be down for a minute. Might well gonna make this extra
But
cash.
aren't you shocked how he kept freaking off? That's how he's got a problem.
Right.
After Cassie's, or maybe he just didn't realize how much trouble he was in. I think he thought, well, I paid it off. Let me go back to my life.
Well, he probably just assumed that he was with all those that consented. I don't know.
It was on TMZ. I know, I've seen it. He walked in, but he was expecting the charges, and also too, he was keeping them updated on where he was. Do you remember that, Perry?
He was out pacing back and forth in front of.
Well, that's when he got. That's when that's when the raids happened, and he was at the airport.
Oh, okay, that's
like a hotel building when he got arrested.
I got you. Yeah, you're right, because he's supposed to have flew back to New York, and his attorney was saying, "Hey, you didn't have to do all that because he flew in early,
right,
to turn himself in." Okay, but they didn't give him no chance. They just went and scooped him up.
This your boy,
Judge Wood, in the house.
You're supposed to say hashtag free Diddy.
Yeah, free Diddy.
Do we all listen to the Rule 29 argument? Mm-hmm. It was really weird. Country 87. They actually said the same things Perry said. Real crazy. They did. Your arguments was their argument. She's not a victim. She could have left. What else did we just hear? She wasn't abducted. It was I think he said it was a fight.
Right.
All of this stuff. Yeah.
It was TV. It wasn't kidnapping.
Where was any testimony about Diddy forcing himself onto little ones? I heard countless accusations. Why didn't Diddy have any witnesses on his behalf? Is everybody lying? Well, a lot of rumors were out there. That's probably why I hate it when people lie. A lot of rumors were out there that there were underage people. What else? One blogger said that she had to go in and rescue somebody. All kinds of rumors out there. You had Ronnie Bo giving interviews. You had the girl Natanya Rubin. She was giving interviews. Gene Deal was giving interviews. And we just heard all of this craziness. And I would say only 1% of that actually reared itself in the case. There's no mention of, and they were talking about this on Law and Crime, no mention of underage, no mention of tunnels, no mentions of people having to rescue, no mentions of him being gay. Even though I think nobody should be talking about somebody else's sexuality, there's no mention of it because all of the dancers said that they were with Cassie and then they would go into another room. None of this stuff was. That's why, when you hear the blogs, and I'm a blogger myself, you got to be careful what you listen to because it was just a mess. Everybody was making money. People were making money off the interviews. People were making money lying about it. And I remember trying to tell people, well, you know, some of these people lying, and y'all cussed me out. So and so is the truth. She will never lie. You don't know what you're talking about. Free this lady. And it was just, and once people get something in their head, I could not get y'all to realize y'all was being lied to. Y'all loved it. Every time she come on, she would get 300,000 views, 200,000 views. And we were like, because I befriended her. She setting y'all up. She lying. You don't like her. Where's she at now? Not only is she not here, she's not allowed on the premises. And that's no shade. You know, I think she's a sweet person. She lied, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And she got to deal with her God for that. She was saying all kind of crazy shit. All kinds. And I was telling y'all, like, and y'all cussed me out. She's the truth. You're jealous of her because she has reach and you don't. I'm jealous of her. How about I befriended her, knew her personally, and we talked about her lying. So it was a lot going on, but that's water under the bridge now because that is personal. So water under the bridge, but all them rumors, even Allie Carter, nobody. Where they at? Where they at? Where are they at? It was some crazy rumors.
Nothing
And
yet. The guy just posted something. He was just saying that Sean Diddy Combs confirmed that he would not be testifying and praises the judge. So I'm just waiting for them to come off this break.
it was a lot going on. And you guys think about this. We've been dealing this for at least a year. He's been in jail, right? We had to hear these stories, oh my gosh, months in advance. And everybody said to me, at first I was believing the rumors too. And then when I realized y'all lying, it was just a mess. All those interviews. You remember that, Perry?
Yep.
Hi, Natasha. She says a criminal attorney stated they wouldn't recommend their client to testify either because it could risk opening up a door, legal term they wouldn't want. Okay.
Yeah.
I think my grandmother say don't write a check your blank can't cash. That would be it.
And especially like I could see if they had all this evidence and they just needed you to some kind of way prove that it wasn't true. But sir, nobody's gonna believe Diddy. Okay. For one, after the DV stuff and all that, nobody's more likely ain't gonna believe him unless he got some hardcore evidence. And if he did, I'm sure his attorneys would have put it out there. So, and I think he would just did himself a disfavor. Because if you did that, you already got, you see what happened to their witnesses when they got crossed? They start stumbling, fumbling, lying.
Thank you for becoming a member. I think I'm gonna go do members only tonight and talk about all those rumors, who said what, and break it down because it was a lot of stuff going on at that time. People were fascinated in the case and wanted to know the scoop before the law, and that made them vulnerable to yeah, there was a time where I can't remember who it was. Anyway, I'm not talking about no other bloggers no more. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
But it was a mess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, doing that is just get too messy, but
but there was this.
Go ahead.
Never mind. Yeah, it's crazy. And not only is every blogger that you know of covering the case, every media outlet that you had was covering the case. HBO did documentaries, Tubi did documentaries. I mean, this case was just, it was worse than the O.J. Simpson case because all of the different platforms we have now. Let's just say 500 bloggers were covering it on YouTube. Let's say 1,000 on TikTok. I mean, a lot of people were giving their 2 cents.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok, Instagram, all of it.
Yeah, damn, like, how long is the break? How long is the break?
I made a promise to myself that I would not speak poorly of her anymore. I did. And me talking about the stuff that she said is what she said. I don't know why I start like, why did I back away from her and just left her alone, Perry?
Oh, I mean,
I think I felt like I didn't. She's a sweet person at the end of the day. She just is a victim of her dreams not coming true. In my opinion, substance abuse and mental health. And I just felt like, okay, she's been beat up enough. I left her alone. Not only did I leave her alone, I wanted everybody else to leave her alone. Okay, we got it. And she got it. And let's just leave her alone and hope that she works through those problems, because she's a great, brilliant singer. And she got a lot going on in her personal life. Even though I don't speak to her anymore and will never speak to her, doesn't change the way the fact that I know, y'all might not know, she's grieving the loss of a son. She's grieving the loss of a mother. So I didn't want to beat up on her anymore. And I'm not going to. And if y'all thought today was beating up, y'all should have seen me at the height of my anger. It was just like, so, but only one person could take so much. And I think I seen her one day. She was doing a blog and she just had this. 3:07 p.m. They're back. The jury is entering. Judge says, now the defense case. Combs' lawyer, we enter into evidence this stipulation about devices provided to the government by Cassandra Ventura. Mr. McLeod, DX1402, can you highlight row 5? And then it says public screen is not on. Damn. I'm not gonna read it out loud. Damn. No, this is what I want to say. Is one day she was talking. She was doing a video or something like that. And I seen this look on her face. It's just time for me to let it go. That's all. And if you're listening, I promised I was going to leave you alone, and I'm sticking to that. Now, I can't undo what you did and what you said, but I'm not going to personally attack you anymore. All right, here we go. I can't. So I was talking yesterday. Oh my God, who was I talking to? So I was talking to an industry insider that works for radio, right? And she was talking about how Hailey Bieber, some documentary she was saying, Hailey Bieber made a strategic plan to take Justin Bieber from the girl he was dating before. I don't even remember her name. She has dark hair. And she was saying, let me ask Perry about this. So she was saying that Hailey didn't give him enough time to fall in love with him because she was all over him. Did you guys hear this? That's it. That's her name. Selena Gomez. And so they went somewhere. And so she asked Kendall Jenner to hang out with Selena. Now, I don't know if this something like this is around this ballpark. So Haley can go to a party that she knew that Justin was going to be at, and then put the moves on him. Did y'all hear that?
You get an update.
I got an update. Okay. Combs lawyer, highlight local use. I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I get all the pictures together this week. So many good ones. And then in parentheses, it says, meanwhile, Combs seated behind Miss Westmoreland and Brian Steele hands Westmoreland a pad. You think they're going to let Westmoreland talk? I'm telling you, that girl is a barracuda in a good way. I'm not saying in a bad way, but I've never seen anybody question a witness like this. It was like, it was good. That was riveting testimony. It was riveting, wasn't it? I was like, who the hell is this? What? Who is that? Why isn't she the lead? I still like Mark Agnifilo. Well, I like Brian Steele. I like Brian Steele, Mark, and Nicole Westmoreland. I think that's it. Not so
Update, I think.
I'm not so pressed with Tenny Garagos. I'm just not. Here we go. Combs lawyer, local user. I owe you a good night. If you want me to call someone, I need to treat my pop better. I promise I will be better. I don't blank you can leave me. I don't know, it's a misspelled word, but that won't happen. Is this Jane talking to, who did they say call me pop? Oh, it was Cassie. Call me what you call your grandfather. Yeah, that was some weird shit. Really weird. Right. It's weird. Yeah. Somebody said something about Haley. Hold on. I believe it. Oh, wow. Haley looks sneaky. So who was I talking to? I mean, what is she? Hold on, let me remember. So she was saying, now, this is what somebody told me, okay? Oh, I have to share this with you guys. They're saying that, so Justin Bieber argues with, this is all alleged that I heard from somebody from a radio, that Justin Bieber argues with Haley all the time. He doesn't really like her the way that he did Selena. I guess Selena's off with some new guy. She told me who it was. I can't remember. And she said that Justin is heavily on drugs. And she said that he did the Fenty Fold. Okay. Y'all know the stuff that they use as anesthetic, and they have Narcan for it, and it starts, all okay. I said, he did what? She said he was in the no fold. I said, what is that? She said, a lot of people that do blank null, okay, starts with the F, blank null, they go into what they call the F blank null fold. So I guess when you do that substance,
You got an update.
okay. Okay, Combs lawyer, local user. Cassie, I love you and thank you for always trying with me. I will be a woman, not a child. I'm leaving that in 2012. Now pull up 1402 row 66, February 16th, 2016, 2017, DX1417. From Violet to Cassie Ventura. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, wow. I don't know. I'm not on the jury. I'm done analyzing this. I'm done analyzing. Anyway, they say when you take that substance that you roll over like this, you could be sitting down and you'll fall asleep like that, or you can be standing up. Have y'all heard about this? Let's see if I can show you what I'm talking about.
I just hope you ain't driving.
So they're saying that they're worried that Justin Bieber is going to, here it is. Oh my God. You guys, look. See, I'm not into this stuff, so I don't know about that. Hold on. So they're saying this right here, if you see somebody doing this, and they can stand in that position until they wake up. It's called starts with F, phenol fold. Have y'all heard about this?
You got to update, honey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Oh, it's not an update. It says, Mr. Combs writes, you think you can FO without getting high? Cassie says yes. Smiley face. Now, 113 6R, blow up the first couple bubbles. Cassie writes, send me a D pic. Oh boy, I didn't know they had these. I didn't hear about that. Anyway, have y'all heard about the blank null fold? I was blown away.
This not him, though, is it, right? This is a picture of somebody else,
A
right?
picture of someone, but she sent me the picture of him doing this at a concert with SZA. Have y'all heard about that? And look, let me just look. I'm gonna show y'all. It's crazy. I never heard about this. You know, I know Ricky Smiley's son passed away from that. Look, y'all. Here goes a person here.
Damn.
A person here. A person here. And y'all see what it says right here?
It's almost like zombies, but you got to update.
Hold on. It says, attorney, Miss Ventura, right? I just bought baby oil at the store because I couldn't help myself. Oh gosh. Then I'm proud of us. We've been together for a long time, baby. Do you make me happy? I looked at my bracelet and it makes me smile. Oh no, Cassie. This is the first time I'm hearing about Cassie loving Diddy and all of this. Anyway, back to the F. Y'all see this, what it says right here? Or even right here, see what it says right here? That's what they call it. And I guess it's, look at this. This person's at some subway station and they do that for hours.
Somebody said they need milk.
They need milk?
That was somebody said, I don't know what that means. I mean, like, they just saying.
Maybe hunched over.
Yeah.
It's so sad. I never knew about this. And she was saying that everybody should be more scared of this. And Prince also passed away from this than crack. She's saying that's the epidemic that's going on.
Damn.
It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. But if I would have just seen somebody doing that, I probably would have thought they were drunk and kept on walking. Y'all see what this says? The crisis in San Francisco. Anyway, she's saying that everybody in Justin Bieber's camp is worried about him. Everybody.
I think we don't see.
We gotta pray. We gotta pray for Kanye and we gotta pray for Justin Bieber.
We probably don't see those people outside of Fremont.
Mm-hmm. You see it all the time, Nicole? Listen, she says, I see it all the time in San Francisco.
Mm-mm.
It just blows my mind. We got to pray for Justin Bieber. We have to pray for Kanye. Justin Bieber for that I just showed you, and Kanye for being hooked on laughing gas. That is insane. It's just, you see it in LA too? Jeez. I didn't know what she meant when she was talking to me. I was like, what? Back in the 79s, my mother made us believe they was drunk when, in fact, they were, dope fiends. Someone says it's in New York. Damn. Oh, they have lean folds? Child, I can't take it. I can't take it. It's bad. Here, I got an update. Well, today's session is almost over. Okay. They're saying it's almost over. Seattle, you seen it in Seattle? Y'all, it blew my mind. So, somebody who's covering the case was talking about Justin and why he came out and said the things that he said. And pretty much they think that, he's lying. That's what they think. But also, too, he's very, very mean. They said he's very, very mean to Haley. And I guess it was, she said she was talking to him one day and he got out the van and slammed the door on Haley. They say he do not like her at all. And I think they have a kid. It's a little too late for that now, isn't it? Let's save your life. Then we'll worry about Haley. He needs to go to rehab. Quick. Just look on your phone. Don't answer the door. Okay. Esteveo says, Cassie writes, you are my best friend, CC, and this message was sent May 30th, 2017. We're good?
Yeah, you got a package. I'll be back.
Okay, good. Garrigo says, I will read this about Daniel Phillip. He was told to sit on the couch while Combs took his turn with Cassie. He felt jealous. Oh my God. Child, it's a lot. This case is sad because now you've got all the addicts involved. They're all addicts. They're just addicts. But the nickname for that stuff is Fetty Wap. Yep. Perry, hand it to me. Someone said, oh yeah, about that. Someone said another package Sharrell from Amazon every day. It's really funny. That's cool. All right. Yeah, I'm glad that we're wrapping up soon. This case is very draining. It's very draining. Update, Garrigo says, in October 2024, in April, and May 2025, Don Rashad met with law enforcement. The notes do not reflect Mr. Combs telling her where he comes from. People go missing. As to Hayes, he stated that he began to have feelings for Cassie. Child, I cannot. These people are crazy. They're all fiends. They all bang each other. I mean, they all are mean to each other and call the cops and then back together the next day. And that's just not Cassie. Because everybody in that damn group, it's Mia. These people are wearing me out. My goodness. Now, whoever this is, he has feelings for Cassie. I don't remember no name Philip. Do you guys remember Philip? Kourtney Kardashian, youngest son, looks like Justin Bieber. The son she had with Travis Barker and he's got some name, I think it's like Ace, Axel, something like that. Garagos, as to Capricorn, notes from first 11 of her 13 interviews with law enforcement and attorneys, did not mention a call made near Scott Muscata's car in LA. Huh. I'm gonna read it again. As to Capricorn Clark, notes from first 11 of her 13 interviews with law enforcement and attorneys did not mention a call made near Scott's Muscati's car in LA. And this is Garagos, so I'm sure they're saying that the prosecution left out a very important call. Now they need to tell us what was on the call. Yes, so Kourtney Kardashian has a son that looks like Justin Bieber. Oh, I stopped watching the Kardashians. I think because it was just easier to watch it on E. But then I stopped watching it when they went to Hulu. Whatever happened to Lord Disick? I love Scott. I know he got divorced, but did they stop bringing him on camera? What happened? According to the rumors, the Kardashians were at the freak offs. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. She was lying. She was lying. They all got caught lying. Don't understand why the judge didn't address it in front of the jury, in front of the audience. They didn't address it. And he still hasn't addressed it. This is the first time they're bringing up the lies again. How come it was not discussed in front of the court? Yeah, I heard that too. I don't think it's true. I don't know. Cassie named one of her children Frankie. Oh my God. Are you serious? As in Frank Black?
Yeah.
Diddy called himself Frank Black, wondering if it's Diddy's seed. Diddy, you heard that, Perry?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We don't talk about it. I mean, that's why I
Yeah,
always
I
say
talked about it. I do not remember Cassie naming her damn kid Frankie after
if-
Frank Black.
if
That's
she could,
weird.
she would go back to Diddy. If she could go back, I feel she would go back.
Yo, that is so. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't have time for this case. I need to check out because something crazy is always going on. She initially had 2 girls, so she named the newborn Frankie. I gotta look this up.
Hold on, you got an update. Look like
Hold on one second, guys. Oh, I do. Garrigo says the first of Mia's interviews do not indicate that Mr. Combs' initial sex with Mia. Golan, that's Bana, did not initially say Mr. Combs told her I would unalive you at a photo shoot. 3228 was not admitted. It was 3288. We may have more. The defense rests. Attorney says the government does not intend to present a rebuttal case. Judge says, jurors, you do not need to come in tomorrow. Just like you said, come in Thursday. Perry, how did you know that?
well, he said give him extended break. And I was like, well, you're missing a day. You know, we're missing
And
a
they
day.
needed a day. I need to think about this. I need to let it settle in. It's so much evidence to go through. I need a break just to, sort everything out. So then when I hear the closing arguments, this is just for me, that it would make more sense. Frankie and Sonny, child. I can't. Listen, we're done. We're done for the day.
Did you
I
see what
heard about the
You see what
Hmm.
Moby said? Moby said this. Oops, I missed it. Right here.
Because Perry paid attention, Sharrell. You're just yapping. Why you keep going off on me? This is the second time today. Yeah, I am rambling. It's a lot
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah,
It's a
but
lot.
so now I don't know how this is gonna work tomorrow because really, are they just getting the jury instructions ready, or do they give them that day off just to get ready for their closing arguments? Maybe I don't know.
So they're off tomorrow. We should be off tomorrow unless we hear something,
Yeah,
really
right.
worth talking about. All right,
Yeah.
guys, then we'll see y'all on Thursday. Unless if y'all get a link from us, that's because we found something out or something needs to be talked about. But I want to take tomorrow off and get ready for the closing arguments. All right, Perry, any last words?
Hold on, let me say. Somebody said Rule 29. Is that tomorrow? I mean, because I heard part of it. Okay.
That was today.
No, but then I think the prosecution supposedly got a chance, or did the prosecutions go and say something? I can't remember. But anyway, I investigate to see what happened. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody.
Bye, everybody. We'll see you Friday unless it's something good popping off.
Thursday.
We'll see y'all Thursday unless something good popping off. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Now we got to go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Lima, where's the golf cart? There it is. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is Rodney, and I'm back, and I just wanted to come in and run my mouth and talk about the mess. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get into it. So this is just a quick update with some of you girls and boys.
Here, paying cards. I'm watching my grandkids. But I'll talk to you guys later. Bye bye.